Yo, yo, yo. It begins. It begins indeed. Alright, alright, alright. Rada, rada. Rada, rada, incredibilis. Yo, what's up? Welcome in. What builds are we working with tonight? Alright, we have two. Actually, we have like three, I think, lined up. But yeah, we got this one we're looking at right now, which I'm gonna pull up my notes to check out all the descriptions and stuff like that. Who submitted them and all that cool stuff. Indubitably. Alright, build one. What kind of strategy is to chip away with the laser rifle and missiles until you get into position to land an earshot, then either raise and repeat. Okay. Or going with the blade for a stagger punish. Okay. Very interesting. So a more or less kind of kite chip build with the melee for closing the distance and or as a stagger punish. That's pretty heat. Now let's quit out just to get a quick preview on the other builds, I think. Alright, yep, so we got this one. It's got a preset for the Requiem variant. And then we have a Hover Boys. For some, we're tackling a quad build. Sure, Heavy Boy. Heavy Boy, Harris. I don't know what this rocket launcher. I'd probably switch this out for the what's it called? Majestic. Just for fire rate. Another earshot build and missiles. And then we just have a basic lightweight. Because the viewer didn't really have a build to be upgraded to be Requiem. Instead, just a build like theme of creation, a lightweight with the coral rifle, which is an interesting thought, and some missiles. No melee, no shield. Those are the parameters that have been set. So we'll get to that last. For now, we got our boy. This build, despite being, I mean, it's not too chunky, obviously, but 330 speed, that's not bad. It's above the 310 speed threshold, so we actually see some pretty good speed, which is not bad. Not bad at all. What else we got for the description? Alright. Yeah, so these missiles I think are gonna be, oh boy, they're an odd one. I mean, they're pretty alright, it's just, yeah, if they're even like a little too close. Like right now, 160 meters, that's good. Close that to like less than 100 meters, then oh, it's still good. Although moving needs to be taken into consideration, but yeah, too close is kind of overshot. Just kind of not great. So we'll probably upgrade these to. Can we handle the plasma? We can. We drop the speed down by a bit, but then again, we're keeping within the 310 anyway, so 320 is not a big deal. Build one looks already pretty well optimized for its role. Yeah, can get behind shields using these split missiles. The earshot has good spread for wide range. and the plasma rifle and pulse blade are pretty good. Was it a laser rifle? But yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, no, it's definitely looking pretty good. Although, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll run, at least for now, we're just gonna kind of go by instinct and upgrade, then we can kind of toy around with the possibilities individually. So instead of the split missiles that are definitely dodgeable, you know what I mean? I can see those being very just like you see them up, they come at you, either dodge to the side or dodge in as they can overshoot really often, possibly. With the vertical plasma missiles, these are kind of goaded on the sauce and almost always land. And since they come from the come from above, almost no shield other than coral can really block it all 100%. It's pretty good for a stagger at a range, since you're not really relying on missiles for like big damage at a range anyway. Otherwise you run something like Cherno or something else, soup potentially, just for the quantity of damage. The earshot is an interesting choice on bipedal, but an alright one. Thing is though, if we're kiting a lot, especially keeping our distance with our laser rifle, I don't see them chasing us down in a way that they're going to be like on the ground that we can actually use the earshot. I feel like if we want to use a bazooka at a range to consistently keep them away, and or if they are far away, to rely on detonation range or something like that to build up stagger that we can then punish on and capitalize with the pulse blade, I feel like we should might as well just switch out the earshot for a shoulder mounted majestic. That'll keep the same energy, but I think we'll have more likely or better rates, I think, of success. Also, we get a little bit lighter, so we go back up to 330. Maybe a good improvement would be the javelin. Yeah, shoulder missiles for making the enemy have to pay attention to more than one target. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. I'm no newbie to the javelin. I've been made a believer in its power. It is good. It was on my lightweight torment build. It serves a good purpose. That could work too. That's the thing. The javelin and the plasma missile launcher for shoulder weapons are very popular. These two pretty much land all the time. Where is it? There it is. Fucking. Although I found the javelin lands less often, only because you can't actually see it. When it comes to the plasma, they just go up in the sky and then you're just kind of waiting until they come down. There's not really... The instinct you get to dodge them would be just to get under something and or game instinct at that rate, because you can't really see it and react to it. Even the Javelin Alpha did. If you're assault boosting at your enemy, the Javelin's not going to do anything. By the time it detonates, you're already gone. Like, you just run past its detonation and then it can check out. But if you're not, though, this will definitely catch up and hit. And honestly, this has a lot of stagger too. So honestly, I think that's a good bet. I could see either or, but that's also the thing though. With the Javelin, its lock-on is really slow. What FCS do we have on by default, actually? Max mid-range assist. I mean, yeah, I guess that's pretty good for our build. Keeping a range with our laser rifle. We're gonna booster. We have bristle? No, we have coral booster. What the fuck? I mean, it's not bad, but if we really want to keep our distance, it'd be pretty smart to use something like the bristle so that we can just boost away and then fire back while we recharge. But we'll toy around with that when we get there. For now, weaponry. So run the javelin and switch out the earshot for majestic, just so we have more fire rate. Pulse Blade is a bit of an... What's up, Shattered? Welcome to the chat. The stream. Pulse Blade is a bit of an old choice. I mean, Pulse Blade is pretty good, man. I regard it as one of the higher powerhouses, or one of the higher tiers, what I'm trying to say. Higher tier melee weapons. Its double hit is pretty nuts. Especially if you go to punish and they pop pulse armor to stop it. Since it is pulse itself, good percent of the damage still goes through. So even though your punishment gets cucked by the pulse armor prevention, it still does decent damage. True. And its double hit is more or less a true combo, as obviously most um, melees have their good opening. I mean, you can get both hits of the hammer, the plasma thrower, once you break stagger. And this does pretty decent stagger damage as well. The impact on the pulse blade is pretty mighty, we'll say. Pulse blade hits a lot harder than anyone expects. Yeah, I agree. Only reason I run the other sword is because better range. Yeah, laser blade. Oof. This needs some tweaking. I think it needs its charge attack to be. It could come out a bit faster. I think it's so telegraphed, and because of its like movement, its animation of just swinging. Often, if the tracking is a bit odd, like vertically, if you're above your enemy or under your enemy, chances are you're either going to overswing or you're just going to swing and not hit them at all. It's really inconsistent. It's much like the laser lance, where its hitbox just needs some tweaking. Like, laser lance always looks weird on either side, defender or attacker side. Like, often I'll use it in PvP and I'll just slide off the opponent, unlike in PvE. And then if I get hit by it, if I get hit by it in PvP, it often looks like they're just hitting the air, like in front of me or to the side of me, and it's still just hitting. That's just desync. Lance definitely needs some tweaking. I love the lance. I think the lance would be so dope to use more often, but I find myself just gravitating towards either the laser dagger, the explosive thrower, although I haven't used it a whole lot, or the slicer for punishment, or the thrower. Hardly pulse blade, although I think I'd use it more likely or more often now, or my baby, the oscillator. Oscillator's heat. Especially if you can pull off the charge attack. I was in a 3v3 and managed to clutch two people, or catch two people with it at once. Absolutely wrecked one of their APs due to stagger. Oh yeah, no doubt. The laser blade has great potential in 3v3s. I was hearing some stuff about that earlier. It is naughty. Yeah, because you get multiple people in it. It's nuts. Either, and it's going to be interesting, either they speed up the animation of the charge attack to buff it, or to make it like actually viable, because you even see someone doing that, you could probably kick them out of it, or just hit them with your own melee before they even swing. Although obviously it's easier said than done, not possible because of how slow it is compared to everyone else's. I think everything else just comes out near instant. Or they make the range just more, or tracking just better. Making the range more would be kind of nuts, though. That would make it really good for 3v3. That would kind of solidify its placement in the grand picture. To be honest, you can make it lean more into raw damage output, true. Or stagger combination with the pulse blade. It comes down to choice. That's true. The startup is awful, yeah. Yeah, it's not preferable. That's for sure. But yeah. So I think Shield of Weapons, so far it's pretty good. From the Earshot to Majestic, and from the fucking, I don't even know what you would call them, the Balaam split shot missiles to a Javelin Beta. It is definitely a worthy upgrade. Now, I think that the laser rifle is definitely going to be our best bet for range, considering this whole like idea of build is a kite build, meant to just stay at mid-range constantly, have the best FCS for it, stay at mid-range, fire away. If the enemy ends up closing the distance, melee, and while we're at range, use missiles and a bazooka to keep them at distance and to build up good stagger. So preferably by the time they close the distance, you can just use melee to punish them. Needs better vertical movement and tracking. Yeah, that would be cool. That would make it most viable, methinks. That would be most epic sauce. So yeah, I don't think we're going to toy with the LRA, only because I don't really think there's a better choice for this type of ranged build. especially when we pair it with our generator, which funny enough we have the max firearm spec gen. Our energy output though is looking not preferable for our current EN load anyway. Although we're not close enough to where we're gonna suffer the what's it called, slow regen debuff though, so that's nice. Maybe use reverse joints legs for getting in and out of, or getting out in and out quicker. Yeah, I agree. Especially if we're running the Mind Alpha head or Mind Beta head already, which is great for stability. We can definitely afford running reverse joint legs. These are always so good. They pretty much just give you the equivalent of a free dodge without any stamina cost. And if we run this, we can switch up to the Coral Generator and Bristle Boost so that we can jump into the air. Like I tested a couple times. The like the time it takes for the Coral Gen to recharge all the way. Actually, never. I'm talking about Coral Gen. We can't run Coral Gen because we're running the VE20B for its damage of the LRA, which is definitely needed because we're only running one. Yo, Nameless is here. What's up? I realize if you stagger with the Majestic, you will have to punish. Yeah, that's true. And that's the thing. Direct hit on the LRA with the gen boost is pretty good, so we can actually do it at a range, not worry about needing to close the distance with the melee for punish every time. I have a double LRA kite build myself, although it definitely needs some tweaking. And it, yeah, direct hit adjustment, it fucking melts, bruv. It is nutty. Reverse joints would damage your EN supply more. Yeah. Without the Coral Gen, I don't think it's worth running. Only because we can move a lot quicker from the ground and regen our generator while we're doing it. If we keep bipedal. Hell, with this setup, it actually might be better to just run wheelchair. Because then we can shoot our Majestic while we're just fucking hitting it in reverse. Just zooming away from the enemies, shooting back a Majestic while keeping that same momentum. That actually might be pretty good. Since we're already bipedal, we don't really need to use kicks. The only thing is melee on wheelchair is kind of goofy. But that's the other thing, is do we really need melee? Not necessarily. As a kiting build, we don't really. We could favor something else to keep us safer at range. Hell, in theory, we could throw on a shield. Ooh, the high stability shield might be kind of nuts. Throw on high stability shield, switch the javelin over to the other shoulder mount, and then switch the primary here to the Zook. Although obviously we couldn't use our bazooka while we have the shield up. That was the only thing. Could go for a parry shield thing. So if they ends up closing the wow, speech is hard. If they end up closing the distance, we could just use the shield to block them, and then pretty much block all of their damage that they're trying to put out. And then by the time they're reloading, we just roll away again, and or Zook them in the face. Could also change the LRA for a punish. That's true, but I think the LRA in this kiting-esque build theme has to stay similar. 20B gen needs to stay. Yeah, more or less. That's for sure. Could downgrade to the second best gen anyway. But you know. But you can't do a charge shot if you have to swap. Well, for the most part, I don't think we're going to use a charge shot of anything. Using the charge shot of the LRA, just not worth it. Because then it will be on cooldown a lot quicker, and we'll be able to get out that consistent fire. Especially on, like, if we're going to use charge shots for any build, I think, you need to have more than one. Because if you only have, like, say, with this build right here, right now, if we were planning on actually using the charge shot of the LRA with this build, that's one notifier that they need to dodge, other than Zook. So I guess it's technically that's two. But if we were in wheelchair, we'd be stopping 4, which would give them all the time they need to actually dodge each one over and over. So I like the idea of the wheelchair. What do y'all think about that? The only thing about the wheelchair is we can't really use. We can use melee, but obviously it's not really great. Yeah, too predictable. Yeah. Like I've seen a pretty cool mate of mine use a wheelchair build that has like 4 charged laser weapons, and you can use them like infinitely if you use them in the right order. It's pretty funny. It's pretty dangerous too, because it's constant dent, constantly the red fucking charge icon. Fucking, it does a lot of damage really quickly. You need to pressure it to beat it. You could use quad if you want to keep the melee. True. Have more variety choice in booster. Yeah, that's true. If you were staggering with the pulse blade or earshot, you could do a charged LRA as a punish. That is also very true. But then everything's on cooldown. How heavy do we get with this setup if we were to run like a quad? Down to 250, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we would have to lighten up. And it costs you more energy. We'll be even closer to energy overload. Or EN shortfall. And then our energy just will not come back. Odd that the smaller, lighter ones cost more energy than the thick boys. I guess that's a nice trade-off. Heavier but less AN costs. Although it'd be nicer if we were just lighter or heavier in both regards. Charge LRA does not fully overheat it. Yeah, but it gets close. I think you only, what, two shots or something like that? Let's find out. Oof. I guess in a way you could spam it, but why does it not come back immediately? Like I go to church so before. It takes a while, and it's doable for sure. But I feel like firing it faster is gonna be. I mean, on staggered, yeah, for sure. You're definitely right there. It's so weird. I'm holding down the trigger beforehand, and it just doesn't want to start charging until later. You know, normally I would never charge to keep this up at the fast fire rate, because if you're charging it up constantly, they're just gonna dodge it every single time. But yeah. But as a punish, I can see that. You can more or less just keep shooting it infinitely with charge attacks, and you won't really see any downside. If you're only using charge attack, if you use charge and then normal, you're gonna actually see some actual downtime. I mean, melee on the wheelchair isn't too bad. You know, it's possible.
Right hand ammunition at 50%.
It's not too shabby. Oh god, the distance you get though is horrible because it doesn't have its own custom booster. Oh yeah, could you charge the LRA while meleeing? I think you can. I know you can do it with shoulder weapons, so maybe. So let's hit him with a majestic javelin, charge up, melee, pew. That could be nuts. Then you can even still shoot a couple normal shots beforehand. Raw charge attack, do 2k damage is crazy. It is kind of nuts. But that's kind of like normal, I'm pretty sure, for melee. I'm pretty sure what Oscillator does same 2000 damage outright before stagger punish as well. This is only one hit. You don't even need to hit twice. I can even hardly see it. Looked like 1,800. Could be wrong though. Although we are not running Bastions, so I might be under other pretenses. Yeah. Imagine on wheelchair like tank, you get to use the charge attack of the oscillator while moving. Like just completely moving, be chilling. That'd be nuts. Yeah, okay. Raw LA. Oh, okay. Raw LAR or LRA. I see, I see. Yeah. Dude, this fucking the max energy firearm spec gen is nuts. Yeah, 2,100. That's insane. That is pretty good. 600 on a normal shot. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I just feel like melee on this type of build just isn't entirely necessary. It's alright though. Yo, welcome in. Mech upgrades indeed. We're handling a kite build. Like melee's neat to have on almost any build, but pure kite build, I don't know if it's entirely necessary. Lance on a tank would go pretty hard. Think about it. They're closing the distance. Dear God. No sir. Alright, Lance. Die, die, die. Then I'm gone. Got to the wind. But you thought I was gone? Lance again. Now we're airborne, baby. Nah. Yes. Thing is, though, what else could we run other than this? We could run another, another majestic, and or a missile launcher. But I mean, the melee is neat because that's the thing. As a kiting build and as a tank especially, if they end up closing the distance, which they could with Versal Booster, any generator, not even just Coral, they could definitely close the distance and pressure us. So it would be neat to have something to nice get off me a weapon type deal. Other than a majestic is already pretty solid. So yeah, popping out a melee would be pretty neat. Pulse Blade though, I mean, I think the Plasma Thrower has some pretty good potential. This comes out so quick. It just pops out. How'd that miss so badly? What the tracking on tank is kind of goofy. You get some pretty good movement while still. I wasn't even in superior movement actually. Let's see how good it tracks with superior movement active. That's not bad. Let's look at that. You can actually keep on the move while doing it. That's actually not bad. You keep your distance. That's not bad. And it does hella stag. The only thing is, if you're going to use it and use it while moving, you kind of need to keep in mind the distance you're actually doing it from. Nah, you hold it out like a shield. And you fight. Perfect. Oh, what the hell? Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? You can cancel the charge attack without spending it? Wait, can you actually? You can, wow. You can pop it as a shield, release, dodge, cancel it, and you're chilling. Not very good shield, but it exists. GTA 6, indeed, Wolf, I've seen it. Steady had leaked the trailer, you see. Looks pretty good. Well, 2025 though, although I guess we expected that. I don't know how I feel about wheelchair on this build. I mean, if we're running a bazooka, I mean, this was an earshot before. I feel like staying on the move, keeping our distance while firing the Zooks is going to be pretty nuts. That's the one thing, when it comes to fucking kiting builds, for the most part, is you really just want to keep on the move, keep your distance. If you stand still to fire up your bazookas and they just dodge it, then that's just free distance for the enemy. So I feel like either quads or wheelchair, so that we can keep moving while firing it. The fact that we can switch over and fire it really quickly and keep going is pretty nuts. Yep, 2025 is it's a bit of ways, but not too far. Also, we expected it, so not that big. That's the thing about having a wheelchair versus the quad, is the fact that, you know, we don't have to go hover mode to get our immunity stopping while firing. We can just keep going no matter what. Look at that. But I'm surprised I didn't reach, actually. But the fact that we can melee with the thrower while moving is kind of dope. Can be a bit tricky. Obviously, you can miss your second hit or first. But wheelchair loses a lot of verticality mobility and gets wrecked by earshot. That's true. That is true. Or cosmic cannon. That is true. I mean, it can climb decently to avoid such things, but at the same time, like, look how, as long as we're pretty fast, I mean, our current speed is what? Yeah, 330 already. That's pretty good. Like, I think we'll be able to outmaneuver most earshot spammers, more or less. And if not, we can always just ascend, stay up for a while. But with this gen, honestly, we have quite a bit of fucking supply. We can always pop the core out though for even more. I mean, I'm not hard set on the wheelchair idea, but I think we're gonna run Zooks anyway. It'd be kinda handy. You know, bipedal is a lot more well-rounded. I mean, this build was bipedal before, so I'm down for it, but just hate to see it getting distance and then turning around, firing the bazooka, standing still, and then they dodge it anyway. And it's like, oh fuck, fuck. I have to rely on my melee, I guess, to stun them and they get away. That's assuming you. That's the thing, that you kind of need your bazooka and or a javelin to land to then get this dagger off your melee. Otherwise, you're sitting with a raw melee, and the chances are you're eating whatever they're doing at close range anyway. You know, it's a risky game, that's for sure. Risky game for sure. What's the build about? This build is meant to be a kiting build. Strategy is to chip away health with originally the earshot, opposed to the majestic, and the Balaam split missiles, opposed to the javelin. So using missiles and bazookas or cannons to keep distance and build up stagger, and use the LRA and bipedal legs, so normal legs, to kind of just keep the distance at a mid-range, max mid-range FCS for tracking, and use the melee to, I guess, punish those who get close enough to get hit by it. What about ditching the majestic? Well, that's the thing. When it comes to upgrading these builds, I don't want to change up too much of the actual like main staples of the build too much. Otherwise, is it just a completely different build? I want to at least, like, say, oh, they had a cannon. Oh, well, I want to choose what the best cannon is, type equivalent, you know? Oh, they have a melee. But what's the best melee if that works with the weapons they have? Oh, they have a long-range weapon. What's a better long-range weapon, you know? We could completely switch it up, you know what I mean? But I at least want to try to see what it would look like if we just took the basics of what the build is and then use the better versions of that. Oh ho, nice to catch the stream. Hell yeah, man. Nice to have you. Welcome to Humbling Abode. Funny you're here, actually. The second build we are looking at is your build that you've submitted, or one of which. The Harris build. I think it's the quad one. Yeah, the quad. Incredibles. Second best EN weapon gen? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm always down to switch to that if we need to. If not, obviously no reason, but if we must. Which is possible if we want to run another energy-based weapon, for sure. You are indeed just in time. We gotta get through this build first, but yeah. That is what's up next. Incredibilis. That's the other thing about having wheelchair versus like bipedal or quad is you can't customize the booster at all. It just defaults to nothing, which I guess makes sense. It would be kind of fucking nuts if you could have even fucking bristle boost on this bitch. Let's go fucking Thuman. Although it wouldn't really be too useful, but I guess it would help you get away and fly around. Actually, no, that'd be kind of nuts because you just assault boost away like fucking ludicrous speed, then land on the ground, and on the ground you'd be still Thuming because of your wheelchair, and then you regen all your shit. Also, can't kick to melee with wheelchair. True, but do we need to? That's the thing. The one thing I feel that's not really necessary about this build is the melee. With a kite build like this, I don't really see too much. That's it. Like, if a build is designed to be a fleeing kite build or a close range build, sacrificing some for a have and have, a jack of all trades type thing. Like, I'll sacrifice some of my close range for some of the mid range. Like, then you're not the best in that range. Sure, you're better rounded for more situations, but if you're the best in your certain category, if you're the best kiter, the goal is to just not get caught, then you're nuts. If you have the best close range melee, where you're always forcing your opponent into close range combat, your territory, your ground, then you're always going to win. So I see this melee less as a... it doesn't really help us in our goal of staying mobile, staying away, chipping away, killing out of range. It's just a backup plan for when that fails. But it'd be better to plan to make sure it never fails, I think. Obviously, that's wishful hoping. So it is good to prepare for such things. But preparing for another outcome kills one of the others. But that is why we're here. We are here to... What about explosive thrower? Yeah. I was stuck in between explosive thrower because of its great capability of, oh, you're coming at me, fucking throw, dead. Yo, what's up, young? Welcome to the stream. I think the third build we have lined up for this stream is yours, actually, which is kind of funny. Everyone's lining up for their builds, man. It's great. Plasma, or not plasma, wow. Explosive thrower, yeah, that would be pretty good. That could definitely shut down much more melees at a range. And it's much more of like a fucking throw out there, fuck you, and then, back off and keep shooting while they're staggered with either Majestic or Punish with LRA. Indeed, you showed up at the perfect time, indeed as well, Plus, Explosive Thrower comes back hella quick, which is neat. Like, it's already back, and we're not even done with our full punish. And again, if we have bipedal, we stop to throw this Explosive Thrower, where we can just fucking circle around and keep throwing bombs, What's it called? Let's see. Maybe the red shift? Ooh, maybe. I don't know. Well, how does melee actually? I want to see what's the redshift even like on a quad. I imagine you can move while throwing the projectiles out. No, you can't. Wow, really? Huh. That's not great. Don't want to be standing still for that. What about the normal moonlight? Yep. Wow. Did not expect that. You cannot continue your momentum while using moonlight. In that regard, the explosive and plasma thrower are kind of better. Try moving with the charged. Oh, I don't know about all that. Oh, charge of the explosive thrower or the red shift? I'll try both just in case. Yep, you can move with the charged explosive thrower, but you can't even move with the. I doubt you can move with the charged moonlight or red light. That would be kind of nuts, though. Yeah, can't move at all. And as a much meatier cooldown, where you probably won't get any punishment using it while stagger's broken, unlike the explosive thrower. Yeah, like you can use the explosive thrower twice before you can use the fucking majestic again. Like, let's see, majestic thrower. Sure gets. Yep, thrower and then majestic again. That's crazy. Yeah, I think that's super good. Allows us to keep mobile while we're just meleeing them in the back. And the cool thing about a wheelchair too, I know I'm a huge advocate for it, fucking, is it allows us, say they're airborne, the enemy a lot or something like that, we need to kind of close a bit of distance because they're very high. Maybe they're ratting us or they're, you know, kiting us off. You know. So we're doing the same thing as long as we're better at it. Is we can kind of just assault boost, up, hover, all the cool stuff, rely on the air combat a little bit instead of being a tank. And then just rely on hitting the ground running, resuming, and our gen. Look how fast that gen recovered. Oh my god. Obviously, we got some small regen in the sky, which is why when we hit the ground, it comes up so fast. But, yeah, I mean, there's really no downtime with a wheelchair. Wheelchairs are fucking strong, man. Used to be a lot stronger, but obviously, but. Yeah, we use the charge attack while moving as well. Kind of nuts. I feel like this is a good synergy of weapons. What's up, yo? Welcome. Working on your build right now, your kite build. Welcome to Humble Abode. This is what it's looking like so far. Right now, we're just tackling the main movement and weaponry. What are your thoughts so far? Are you horrified what we've done with your baby? Not a big fan of wheelchair. Yeah, it's a hard sell, but hey, dude, it works really well with the setup. Like with the rocket launcher you had the earshot before, obviously, but I've switched out to Majestic just for more fire rate and more consistency. Like we can just keep on trucking while we shoot it, as well as with almost any melee, you can just keep going. And the plasma thrower comes back, or not plasma thrower, the explosive thrower comes back so quickly. And plus, I keep saying, wow, the explosive thrower is incredibly well if you're trying to shut down like melee builds or any build just trying to come into close distance. Just throwing that out really quick does great stun and just shuts them down immediately. It's so good for that. Wheelchair is something to get used to for sure, but I mean, it can work, dude. Given that the thrower doesn't scale with melee spec, does that charge up any any arm options? I mean, does it though? I feel like it doesn't. I feel like I've tested this before. Let's see. Well, here, let's check base damage right now so we can actually compare. You're probably right, as it doesn't scale with it, but I feel like I've tested it before, and I don't know what result I got before. Let's see. Normal. 1050. Yeah, same deal. Unfortunate. Look at that. Oh. Maybe true. Yeah, sure it can't be boosted by Basho or anything like that, but or just overall melee spec. But I think it makes up for it with the fact that it comes back so quick, much like the laser dagger, but actually has much more range. Bombs. Tis the bomb thrower. The bombs. Bombas. Wheelchair legs make it kind of hard to dodge kicks since you can't go over them. That's true. It is much harder to... But that's the thing. If we play our cards right, they won't ever really get close enough to go for kicks. And if they do, we have our explosive thrower to kind of shut that type of stuff down. And our bazooka. Because that's the idea with a kite, is to just not get caught. And to do everything to prevent it. And then in the case that they do, we have things like pulse armor to reset. And, you know, our melee to shut it down as well. The kiting playstyle is definitely very different. You need to think about things very differently, I think. Finally was able to share or comment my share code. YouTube kept deleting my comments. Yeah, YouTube tends to delete comments whenever they have like random numbers or stuff like that. Like often I'll try to leave like my name for something. Oh my god, did it delete your comment again? Oh my god, ain't no way. Either that or you deleted it, I don't know. Message restricted, oof. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, YouTube tends to delete comments automatically if they have like certain words like codes or names and stuff like that. Like I'll say something that's innocent like my name on Xbox is, and then 5 seconds later the comment's just gone. I'm like, what the fuck, did the creator delete it? Why would he do this to me? You know, it's just YouTube. YouTube is wacky. Unless you're the actual creator of the video, then you can comment whatever you want apparently. I see. Oh yeah, I mean we're gonna get to parts here in a minute. We're just going over weapons and synergy of using them. I think the big problem right now would be someone bristle boosting in and just tanking stuff. I mean, they would have to tank a lot. They're gonna have to tank a bazooka and a thrower in the face. And if they get through all that, we could just have pulse armor and then continue our distance while lighting them up with our LRA and javelin. And then of course it closes the distance again. I mean, that's the beauty of the thrower, really, is it tends to just stun enemies. Like, let's throw on the trainer AC real quick and see if we can't just like make them stand still. Oh, we weren't in range for that one. I think it's just mainly stagger build up, that's great. that kick, son. Yo, Captain, what's good? Gotta work on the homework, but just wanted to keep up the amazing content. Thank you. You too, man. I seen your Dark Souls video broke 1,000 views within like first like 2 days, man. I don't think Souls is as dead as we thought, man. Shit's heat. It's heat, dude. It's bloody epic. Hey y'all, everyone in the chat, if you guys like Dark Souls and Elden Ring Souls like content, check out Captain. Or Captain. It's good pal, man. We'd have done. Have we ever? No, I don't think we ever ended up actually doing a full video together. We were doing the Ninja Turtle cosplay run, but it kind of got, I guess, canceled more or less. My footage got corrupted. Everyone else hasn't really done theirs. And then yeah, kind of got swept under the rug. But when the DLC comes up for Elden Ring, dude, I'm down to do some cosplay run videos if you're down, dude. I think it'll be dope. Get back into that again. We do gotta get a video together. But yeah, again, if you guys like Dark Souls content and all that cool stuff, Elden Ring, all the Dark Souls likes, check out Cap. He's great. Good stuff over there. And once they are close, the proximity detonation on the Zooks stops the javelin, stops hitting as much. Yeah, that's true. Distance be no detonation range, but if they end up closing the distance, don't even bother with the Zook until they're close enough where you can kind of barrel stuff. Either you just fly up right above and bombs, or they're so close that you really just can't miss. Like, we go close and just kind of barrel stuff. You son of a bitch. Bombs. It can be pretty hard to miss at really close range, especially if you dodge. A nice tech a tech I invented for sure. No, but I did think of it without just getting any influence. It's just, especially with the charged weapon like the Harris, if you end up dodging right past the enemy, like say go right past them and then fire your charge shot, chances are you're off their screen for just long enough they don't really think about immediately dodging your charged attack. I've seen it work in action before. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it is interesting. Let's see. Remember that the action G paired very nicely with the thrower since the reload time is practically identical. That's true. I can see that. Sounds like a nice synergy of weapons. Or, yes, Incredibles. They combo into each other very easily. I see. Majestic is much stronger overall, though. True. Yeah, Majestic is just fucking nuts, man. Whether you're relying on detonation range or not, it's reload time. Solid for a bazooka, decently light, and yeah, just overall, it's definitely the best bazooka in the game as it stands right now. That's oh fuck, my controller died. God damn it. Need to change the batteries. 1 second. There we go. Had to get new batteries for my controller. PlayStation players would never. Alright, go back. Let us see. But yes, I mean, since we have the maker of the build, what do you think about these changes to the weaponries, or to the weaponry itself? Do you agree these are flat upgrades from earshot to majestic, from Balaam split shot missile launcher to javelin, pulse blade with wheelchair to thrower, and we're just gonna keep the LRA because I can see no better range options, especially paired with the generator, as it is max energy firearm spec. But, you know, if you really don't dig a wheelchair, we can obviously go back to bipedal if it's your preferred playstyle. Majestic instead of earshot is pretty good. I figure it would be better for you know, consistency, reload time, and all that good stuff. Because if they get hit by one earshot, that's nuts. But if they end up dodging it, that's a lot of downtime. Missile's good as it isn't too heavy. Yeah, I concur. Plus, it tends to land a lot often anyway. Explosive throw is a little iffy. Yeah, I could see that. It's really good at shutting down melee builds though. So like, we were saying in the comment that the use of melee, was it for punish or for shutting down close range? Because I guess the purpose really does change it. You think the wheelchair has to go? Dear God! Alright, wheelchair's gone. We're going back to bipedal. What did we have before? We had these. And then booster was coral. Coral. Mostly for shutting down stuff like kicks and viento. Yeah. And explosive throwers heat. Plus you can keep spamming it. And also giving a nice combo after kick. That's the, yeah, but that's like, when I hear going for kicks on a kiting build, I think that's not what you ought to be doing, you know? If they're coming at you, I guess, yeah, shutting it down with a kick is neat. But as a kiting build, I think your mentality should, instead of, oh, they're coming towards me, I should go for a kick, it should be, oh, I should dodge their incoming kick in advance and hit them with like a melee, like a plasma thrower or explosive thrower. Because the dodge and retaliate punish can be nuts. Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's the cool thing about the wheelchairs. We have no stopping. We just constantly moving, shooting off our zoo, constantly moving, throwing our melee out. Now we definitely do be standing in a position with the bipedal. Like, yeah, stop the place to fire. So if they dodge that, they just get a bunch of free space between us. It is definitely a rough go. Like, we can get around that if we were to throw on, like, quad, but our normal speed gets fucking tanked. And as a kiter, we kind of need speed, otherwise we're constantly going to be in direct combat at that rate. Why even be a kite build, you know? We're not going to be able to keep up our range. Is the lock-on time for the Javelin beta going to be a problem? Yeah, kinda. Its lock-on time is, yeah, not preferable. It is quite slow. However, by the time it reloads and detonates, yeah, we'll be back to locking on. Usually whenever I run the Javelin on a build, I end up running the FCS with max missile lock connection, so that it comes back so fast. Like at this rate, we'll pretty much have it active by the time it's detonated. Obviously, this is a little less than, but usually it takes longer to actually reach the target and detonate because of distance, but yeah. Thing is though, this FCS has really shitty stats. So having something like a kiting build where our accuracy, especially at range, it is like crucial. It is not preferable to have a whole FCS just for one shoulder mount. But like my first thought for the shoulder mount replacement was the plasma vertical missile, as well. Like the Javelin tends to always land almost no matter what, and does decent stagger build up at range. That's some alright damage too, as it is plasma. There's always vertical plasma missiles. That's true. Very true. Vertical plasma missiles is a good option as long as we can fit it in. Oh, definitely. Hell, I think it's lighter, although it's lighter on EN than the Javelin. Yeah, it's lighter in both regards, so most definitely can. Yeah, again, the only problem with bipedal at this rate is just like we have to stand still to use both of our Zooks, which are crucial, and our melee. Melee isn't really that much of a problem because say if they're coming at us, we go for the kick, we dodge around them, and then throw out that as a punishment. And or we don't really need to use the thrower at this rate. Could use something that actually gets boosted by melee firearm or melee spec. So we could use something more like the thrower or back to the pulse blade. So let's say they come at us, dodge, and then retaliate with a slash. Something like that. But thing is, that's like planning to be just at close range for a lot of our weapons immediately, or at least a weapon, which is fine, but the only reason for the Walther booster, core booster, is for an extra 1000 vertical thrust over Alula, which we don't need without earshot. Pulse blade into charged LRA does like 5k damage. I could see that, especially with our gen. Could get pretty nuts. Probably get stagger build up. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a meaty combo. I suppose it kind of depends. Is this build supposed to be more of a kiting build, or is it just meant to be more of a mid-range type of build that can close the distance and do combos? It's kind of like if you're planning on staying away from your opponent, chipping them away a bunch, then maybe if they get really close, punish them real quick and then use that to kind of get away again. That's pretty neat. But like the current setup makes me think that like, oh, we kind of want to stay close and get some splash damage off the Majestic and kind of chip them down with our LRA a bit, kind of going in. Use our melee every now and again when we get close, stuff. Doesn't seem like a tried and true kite. Kind of seems like a hybrid. Methinks. Think more mid-range than long-range. Well, yeah. Manual aim with melee, go burr. Pew pew pew. see, manual aim meta. Yeah, manual aim is a fucking meme, bro. Go back to normal. There we go. Manual aim LRA, dude. Yeah, dude. Goated on the sauce. Some sort of hybrid sounds about right. Yeah, it says so. Yeah, well, I definitely think for that, Majestic is definitely gonna do us a bit better. For melee, though. Melee, melee, melee. Well, if you want a good kick or into kick combo, I recommend the Plasma Thrower. This shit is goated on the sauce. The fuck? For sure, what's it called? Kick into hammer, or Plasma Thrower was the original fucking like discovery of like kick into melee, true combo. Plus, look at that stagger it does. My god, that is nuts. And even the like initial hit does a great stag. Like you can't even move when the first hit just like lands. You're kind of in it for the rest. Unlike some melees, like the dagger or something like that, where you can try to dodge out of it. They're not already like staggered. Getting rid of the melee and using two, what's it, LRAs? Yeah, two LRAs. That would be nuts. Thing is, it's gonna be pretty hard to pull it. I have a kite build that uses two LRAs and the max energy firearm spec gen. However, you either need to sacrifice one missile launcher, or I mean, I haven't really tweaked it with it too much since first making it. When I first made it, I didn't really account for the fact that if it's too close to EN shortfall, that you actually suffer so much when it comes to generator recharge, or stamina recharge anyway. So it's possible to run them both, but you need to sacrifice like having another thing. But it can be nuts. I mean, even with its low energy recharge, it's pretty saucy. It's pretty good. I'll show it off a little bit here so we get a general idea what I'm talking about. He was doing pretty alright in the lightweight tournament, and beforehand when I was practicing with it, actually optimizing it. I was trading with this one guy, and he's pretty good. He was throwing every single build he had at it, and it did not budge. It was doing good. Alright, we'll save this progress for right now for the time being. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Got my PvP build list. This is Sentinel, or Kite Knight. Load him up, show off a little bit. The original loadout was... Box Missile, Max Gen. The thing is, if we could look at our current EN load, bottom right, it is literally just on the dot. What about leaning harder into EN weapons and going with 128 gen and laser cannon? Laser cannon. Again, if we run with like a laser cannon on our shoulder, then that's another like stop fire type of build you're rocking with, where you have to like without wheelchair or fucking quads, you're just standing still while firing, which isn't too bad depending on what you're firing, because they have to either just dodge or something like that. They can't really take advantage of it, but they can get the distance. You see our EN like recharge is not preferable at all, but the damage we deal with this build is nuts. Obviously, better to spread shots out, but like, jeez, nearly 2k on stagger is kind of nuts. Roars would be better. Yeah, kind of. Their tracking is kind of iffy, and I had a roar on this one a second ago because I figured out that they actually scale with the generator, or they scale with firearm spec, which is neat. Can't really run them with too many shoulder mounts though, which is kind of sad. Also, they lock on really slowly, which is not great. But if they land, they can do a lot. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely need to tweak up this build to make it better. Probably just sacrifice the max gen and go a little more in the sass. Okay, let's get back to our boy. Where is he at? Oh, down here. Roars sometimes miss completely, and sometimes have aimbot. That is true. That is very true. Sometimes they have the tracking of the coral missile, sometimes they have the tracking of a goddamn vertical. It is most unfortunate. Okay, now I was able to leave the share code. Oh, it's nice. Refresh the page like 30 times to be sure. Yeah, I see. Yeah. YouTube can be pretty cringe. You play on Xbox, right, though? Yeah, I won't be able to download your share code if you're not on Xbox, is the only thing. So, alright, let's run that theory of what kind of laser cannons you thinking on the shoulders. Let's run double LRA. Let's run it all, dude. We're overburdened, that's kind of crazy. Which means we need to tweak with the parts. Or I guess because we have a Majestic on, it's probably the reason. You do play an Xbox? No, sorry, very good. Yeah, I'll be able to download the code then. So what kind of laser cannons were you thinking? More or less obvious choice would definitely be LCSs, as these are nutty, but they're quite costly. We'll definitely have to drop gen. Yeah. I mean, hell, man, don't drop the LCD, dude. This thing is kind of nuts. It's not bad. Would you be willing to do, what was that? Would you be willing to do PvP tests with Heavy Man and Deep Blue? I see, for a video. Potentially. Have to get through some other builds beforehand, but maybe. Well, that's the thing. When we upgraded Heavy Man and Deep Blue, we didn't really change a whole lot. So, wouldn't really be much of a difference, I think, in performance at that rate. I think it definitely warrants a PvP test when the build itself is already pretty good and the differences are pretty vast. If they're too similar, then I feel like there's almost no point. So Berserker, maybe. Can we run double LCSs? I doubt it. Yeah. Heavy and energy shortfall. Overburdened. Not looking too bad, not looking too bad. Man, this is pretty light though on AP though. 8,800, that's kind of rough. If the builds are too similar, it's all just pilot skill. True. And it's true. Oh, we were in a test. There we go. Yeah, the only problem about using things like laser cannons on a boy like this is chances are they're gonna dodge it a lot. It's very telegraphed, and also we stand still completely while using it. And they come up pretty quick, which is nice. It's not impossible. It's just better to pair these with weapons that do good stagger, is the only thing. But what you could do, and what I have for a similar build for the 3v3 tournament that's coming up, is you go quad legs. This allows you to just keep moving while firing, and you can even go for kicks to LCSs a little more often. Like, this itself is pretty good. Although that's the thing, this isn't really this. I guess yeah, this kind of feeds into the whole not pure kite, more or less hybrid. You were thinking of a more like pure laser, almost mid-range-esque build that can shut down close comers with kicks, because kicks on quads, dude, are no joke. These come out from, they're kind of like the hybrid of reverse joints and bipedal. Bipedal come out quick but don't have much range, and reverse joints come out pretty slow but have increased range. Like, you can start up much further away and still land. That's kind of the hybrid that quads have. They come out decently fast and they have decent range. Like, this itself is a monster. This type of flow. And we're running it pretty light. We could throw on some extra pieces to kinda get some more health and defenses. Like, now we're up to 10k and we're still at the 280, which is not that bad. We're under 290, which is preferable, but you know. Yeah, no, you know. A little less AP, but pretty nice defenses. I could run something like this. Maybe the second, although now our energy is pretty close to our overflow, but I think we still regen pretty quick, right? Yeah, decent. Startup takes a bit. We do have the coral booster. We could switch out to something like this for the it's pretty heavy though. Really fucking heavy. Just looking at its energy EN load. Let's go for Brazil for actual distance, but without coral gen it's not really necessary. Plus, with our alignment, we don't really need to worry about launching towards the enemy constantly and being super quick to catch up, because we don't have close range. We have all mid-range, more or less. Decent close range, obviously, but mid-range, so we don't need to worry about the closing the distance too much. But yes. Let's see. Is it possible to make a Cell 240 Ibis build? Possibly. The coral balls. Yep. Maybe just staying with the majestic would be better. Maybe. Is it possible to make a build based off the boss cell 2040 Ibis series? We don't have the parts for that yet. In DLC, that would be really cool. But you can make a similar one with like laser drones and stuff like that, and redshift and like coral rifle or something like that. Make it similar, but couldn't make it exactly. We don't have those parts yet. Be really cool though if we did. Like if you put on the assortment of parts and stuff like that, maybe like the core and booster, you'd be able to fly around like the Ibis. That'd be kind of like cool. That'd be kind of radical. Yeah, I mean, like a build like this is definitely fitting the description of your more going for kicks, half aggressive, half, you know, like you can just stay hovering above the enemy. Your energy does not like get sucked down at all, unless you're using a lot of dodges, obviously. But you know, you get quite a bit of bang for your buck with that one. Even at our fucking current energy, energy comes back pretty quick anyway, so you can kind of dance around the enemy for a while, and then go down normally to regen, and then back to hover. You get pretty good distance, kind of water spidering it. Yeah. What else? We better get those parts. I want to zip around like the yeah, like the bullet hell machine. Yeah, that'd be really cool if we got some X. I mean, if we end up getting a DLC for this game, which is likely, we're definitely gonna get some new parts that preferably change up the game in a good way. Just adding a couple new parts that don't really change it up insanely would just be kind of a waste. We would need some pretty cool ones. And of course some new weapons. Like there are a bunch of already parts in the game from bosses, like the AI, big ass knight you fight, the Iguazu boss fight at the end with All Minds, obviously Ibis. There's a lot of parts that aren't in the game yet that were in the game but we can't use. The two bounty hunters that come after you when you're destroying the fucking huge forge. Those guys, ripping pretty cool. Yeah. Coral drones, oh boy, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool to see. But alright, let's see, what are we thinking about the build so far? Is this more in line with your type of playstyle you think, or should we return to form and rethink? Yeah, no. The Ibis uses coral laser droids, yeah, or drones. And it's going to be neat to have as an own independent weaponry. Then going back to the Majestic. Call. Here, I'll tell you what, we'll just go back to the previous save. Instead of resorting everything. Here we are again. So what we're thinking now, what do you think is the main lacking part of this build that's, lacks in performance that you would want to do better? do you think the weaknesses lie in this build? Because obviously I haven't used this in PvP, so I can only make an educated guess. What would the highest AP, quad, Milmer head, tang, chest, and low arms look like? It would look a little something like this. A little bit, anyway. This is a fucking beefy boy. Not max beef, unlike this, but pretty beefy. And it is pretty tough. It has not great defenses. Well, yeah, we'll get to parts soon. I mean, it has decent defenses. 1700 stability isn't actually that great. But every other defense is over 1100, so, or about. So, that's not bad. 900 AP is pretty solid for a kiter, too, so. That's the same parts, though. That's true. And does not do a lot of damage quickly. Yeah, well, that's kind of the kiter playstyle, is to chip them away at distance. If you want a lot of damage really quick, you ought to have like a close range melee build, or just a close range build. Like machine guns or Zimmermans, stuff like that. Maybe a different arm weapon. I mean, if you want to stay at range, the best weapon for range will be your LRA. I guess this, again, just kind of comes down to what type of build do you actually want this to be? You know, do you want a kite build where you're constantly at a range doing damage, chip them off, and keeping your distance? Do you want to keep them at range, but also go in close? I mean, that's just kind of like, obviously we already kind of talked about it. It's a hybrid, but, you know, what you actually prefer to see, you know, left arm weapon, yeah, melee. Okay, I get you. I mean, yeah. It's all about that commitment, man. Gatling gun and LRA, the deadliest of combos, you see. Zimmerman. Another majestic. Double LRA. I would like something that can stay away from close range builds, but also get in against long range builds. Well, it's the thing, as a kite, you're already at range. Like the kite build I showed you, I did a couple battles against another kite build. He was using like Rensetsus and stuff like that, and it was pretty dope. It was pretty close a lot. I was able to pull off the Dubski, but I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you run something like double LRA, Brizzle Booster and stuff like that, then you can kind of always close and or get away, more or less. Also, that's kind of the neat thing about having missiles on a kite build, is you can actually use it to, you know, do damage at a range without getting that close. So that's kind of like the thing. When it comes to kite v kite, a lot of the times you'll find it's more about placement. Like, oh, I'm gonna hide behind this building while you're using missiles, or you're using your long-range weapons. I'm gonna try to make you waste as much of your ammo, and now while you're on cooldown or reload, I'm gonna go off on the defense, or go on the offensive stuff. Like if they're ranging, or yeah, they're far away ranging. They're kiting you. You're also kiting them, so they need to be in the close enough range to be able to still hit you, which is also going to be your range anyway. So most of the time, it's going to be a DPS race when it comes to kite v kite, much like how it is when it's close range v close range. Pretty much as a kite, no range is a bad range other than really close range. So being able to be constantly on the move, being decently light, which means either no majestic, or you use it very sparingly and very calculated, so that you don't just stand still, fire, and then if they're coming at you and dodge it, they're still coming at you and you're standing there with your Spinus in hand, waiting to die, you know. I was able to convince a YouTuber to try out Heavy Man in a PvP. There's a video on it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty heat. I hope it performed well. So yeah, as a kite build, you really don't need to worry about other kites, necessarily. Well, you need to worry about them by being the best kite you could possibly be. And the best kite doesn't get chased down by close range. I mean, my one, I know I keep going back to it, but my kite build, despite not being very optimized in the EN capacity area, which is a big shortfall, it was still doing work in the lightweight tournament I was in. And everyone was running like close range melee and stuff like that. It only ended up failing against really like dedicated close range builds. And even then, it still got close. Still died, but obviously because just can't survive their combos. It's not about combo killing, it's about whittling down and killing over time. But still, it would get them really low and then die. But against other builds, it would just still be able to win. But if I had optimized right, if I had swapped out the gen even, I think it could have done much, much better. So I was just there sitting there waiting for regen for so long while there's assault boosting at me. I was like, well, I have to DPS until I die or not. That was not great. That's the other thing with the earshot. You don't have to spam it, but it's heavy. It's heavy, and if you end up missing, it is a hefty cooldown where you could instead be firing more missiles. Like my original loadout for a kite build was dual LRA, dual, where is it? Box missiles. And with this assortment, hell, we're not even over the EN. It's actually a solid setup. Is you can just fire your missiles, LRA, 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 switch back to missiles, fire those, switch back, switch back. It's a switching build, but it's not so awkward that you kind of get confused as to which weapon you have. It's very simple. You switch to these for a little bit, and then you fire them off, and then you continue going. So you just switch to these, fire them off, LRA, LRA, LRA. Obviously, if they all hit, that's great stagger. And they come back hella quick. Obviously, better to space them out a little bit, so they don't have to dodge just one. Like this itself, this setup right now is pretty goated on the sauce. Look at that damage. That is insane. These come back so quick. Dual missiles is another option. I would concur with ye. That's pretty good. And with this, we don't have to stop to fire anything, so we can run bipedal. If we run bipedal, we can run for Rizzle boost to make sure no one can ever really catch up to us. Someone's coming after us. Oh shit, not good. We run. Stop, fire back. Get some shots off. Obviously, we're never going to want to actually fire at this range because 400 meters is just goofy. We're on cooldown. Oh no. We fly away until overheat is gone. Now we have new distance. Then obviously just some parts tweaking would be in order. What about dual LRA and dual laser drones or orbits? forgot which one is which. I see. Yeah, laser drones and orbits are different. We have laser turrets and laser orbits. Well, if we run these, we run the risk of our EN shortfall because they're also energy-based weapons, although they don't scale with a firearm spec, which is unfortunate, but makes sense. They would be fucking insane if they did. Also, as a kite, and especially if the enemy knows you're a kite, the enemy's gonna fucking chase you down a lot to close the distance, especially if they're a more close range build, which means things like laser orbits and laser drones will kind of just get overlooked because they'll be sent out after your enemy, and then, you know, they'll just dodge past them. They really won't do their work until they're already staggered, and our LRAs are not good enough to stagger on their own. They're okay at it, but they're not good enough. Shell looking what? Yeah, laser drone. Heavy man do be chasing. That's pretty heat. Yeah, we can't even run one laser drone, otherwise we're in energy shortfall. And of course, we could sacrifice the gen. We don't need the max damage. We are kites. We're not meant to kill them in one stag. We're meant to kill them in a couple. And adding this gives us a lot of room for experimentation. But with this current setup, I mean, we tweak the parts a little bit. Hell, tweak the chest. It's not bad. Should get out of this actually. Not enough. Tweak these. I'll die right at some point. It's not bad. Not bad. God. Dual LRA lightweight with no back weapons, baby. That'd be kinda goated. Not very good. I mean, you get caught once, you're probably dead, but, you know, don't get caught. Skill issue, as Gandhi once said. I made a public playlist that has the video with Heavy Man if you want to show it on, or see it on stream. If you want to an on-stream reaction. Oh, if you want to do an on-stream reaction, possibly. Swag is the only stat that really matters. Goddamn right. You gotta get that armored decor. You gotta get that fucking. Yes, sir. Swag is it. Swag is in, baby. Alright. Let's see. This is Stormman. We're looking pretty thick. Our stability is 1700, which isn't horrible, but not great. Make it all gold. Might make it gold, white, and green for Requiem. I think that's it's understandable. All this we're at 310, which is incredibly good. That's incredibly fast. Next threshold is like 330, I'm pretty sure, so it's a bit of a ways away. And with this current assortment, our energy is pretty good. We can even change up the head, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Get that 10k AP. We do go 2 points under 310, but that won't really make a difference. My ultimate swag build is dual Karasawa, dual LCS of God, Rusty Legs, Snail Core. What the hell? I see. Only even 50k overweight. Fuck yeah, baby. It's not fat, it's power. Power of the gods. What's our energy reach build go looking like? Pretty alright. Now we're on cooldown. I must run. Good God. I said. Heavy main is ultimate swag. I don't know, man. Dual Karasawa sounded kinda spicy. Sounded kinda goated. Isn't it just more efficient to not overheat your laser rifles? Nah, man. Gotta overheat them, dude. They recharge faster that way. Yeah, no, it's definitely better to not overheat them. But it's also pretty good to overheat them, I think. Yeah, no, it really doesn't matter. You could if you want. How many shots you get in between exactly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Yeah, so you get 6. So if you can count your shots, or just get used to it, or just check the meter and just not overfill it. Yeah. It would be good.
Left-hand ammunition, right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Then you gotta get that last shot, man, overheat or not. Can you run 4 siege missile launchers? Technically, no, you can't. But you could run 2 siege missile launchers at all. 2 siege missile launchers and 2 box missiles, and then you got yourself a rat. And you just fucking shoot these out, switch, shoot siege, and then run. Pair it with a lightweight missile or lightweight Brazil coral gen, you got yourself a fucking rat, boy. New update, we're adding fall damage to armored core. So when you go all the way up to max height, run out of energy, oh shit, not good, dead. That would be naughty. Got me fucked. I definitely should not do that. But yeah, so what do we think so far? Yeah, so far. Is this build's playstyle what you're looking for? Seems alright. Do a quick comparison. Let's compare the two builds and then reflect, shall we? Alright, how it started, how it was going. Know what I'm saying? How it now is going. first. Melee, LRA, missiles, grenade cannon, fucking naughty. Now, double missiles, double LRA. So taking our first primary, doubling it, switching our missiles to superior missiles, and 2 of them. Speed from 330, which is really good, much faster, down to almost 310, which is the next lesser speed cap, or speed threshold, but still fast enough to be just kind of nutty and keep good distance. Plus we sacrifice that speed with the Bristle boost versus Coral boost, which actually allows us to assault boost at max speed, which is pretty fucking useful. Without Coral Gen, it's not great, but then again, we're not rush down build, so we don't really need to constantly chase people anyway. In fact, we're going to be getting chased, so using it to evade while we're on cooldown or just to get distance again, it's fucking good, it's mighty. Health, we have more health, lesser defenses, but you know, from 17 stability to, oh, I can just check after this, it's great. And just side-by-side comparison. Yeah, stability loss, not by a whole lot. Defenses loss, also not by an insane amount. And AP gained by a decent chunk. Not huge, but decent. So our survivability is iffy. Not too different, really. But our speed is also not that different. The threshold difference is... There's a difference, you will see a difference. But, considering we have the Bristle boost, it makes for much more survivability overall, I think. And our offense capability with our weapon combination is more consistent without and nearly as much downtime and not as dodgeable, I think. So a pretty solid kite build, I think. And we remained bipedal. The thing I'm iffy about is the current EN load too close? Too close so we'll actually see it fall. Guess we could test it. Yeah, so I'm gonna test real quick. Let's see if we suffer the debuff of the slow energy recharge. I think we might. So let's see. Takes 1, 2, about 2 seconds to start recharge. It comes back decently quick. Now we're gonna sacrifice an LRA to get that big distance and shit. Right, 1, 2. I think it comes back a lot quicker now, but the regen starts the same, so the speed at which it comes back isn't too crucial. I think it's gonna get us killed, but you know, it would be nicer if we could stretch it out just a little bit further. What could we do to make that possible? Would any difference in head make it big difference? God. It's a big hit to 14 stability, yeah, right? You have me fucked up, governor. The wheelchair would actually do us some good. That's kind of funny. Zoop. Definitely comes back quicker. Yeah, stability gets nerfed by a lot. It's not really a debuff. It kind of is. It's more of a the more EN supply efficiency you have, the faster recharges. True, but I don't know. It'd be nice to play around it a little more, but I don't think it's that bad. Yeah. I have it built with over 10 or over 7k efficiency, and it can fly forever. On. Okay, I get you. Indubitably, the hover boys are kind of nutty. This looks like a not try her. She looks worse. Yeah. Hmm. Thick ass boy. So you're gonna run these, I think. Gives us a little more firearm, which isn't too bad. Health and defenses go up by a bit. Not by a whole lot though. Although we do go over the 310 now threshold, which is actually preferable. Yeah, isn't really too much of a detriment to our EN load anyway. Not gonna see much of a difference, pretty sure. Right, same recharge. Well, this recharge start anyway. Did you see my comments on what are about what I'm in? We should probably wrap up this build and get to someone else. Hey man, we gotta make it as good as possible. Cannot rush perfectione, you know what I'm saying? We are 2 hours into the stream. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, I think this is a good conclusion for the time being anyway. You know, play around with it, see what's lacking. Could be improved. I think this build is definitely different enough to warrant a PvP test for sure though. Let's give her a Requiem paint job real fast like. Main color, make it bright shiny white. A little silver-esque. Essence. I get a gold. Yellow. Nice and shiny. God, that looks ugly as fuck. It doesn't really pop as much as I thought it would. Well, let's make it as clean as we could. Eh. Looks alright. All white with red lights matches the original, if you feel like it. Or you can go with Requiem green lights. Definitely gonna go with Requiem green lights, as per usual. I said it's just the way to be. Think of like a green, gold, and white. Yeah, I think using the gold sparingly definitely makes it pop a little better. Have you seen my comments yet? I did. You're gonna make the build, the devastating Dudesky Annihilator. The Annihilar. I'll probably play around with the color scheme a little bit later. For now, we'll just save right now as Requiem. Yeah, definitely have to fuck around with these colors a little bit later, make it look a little better. But now we move on to the next build, Incredibilis, or Quad Boy. This is gonna be an interesting one to tackle. Make the yellow darker. It's not. Yeah. Thinking like a pure white with like gold trims, and then the green glowing eyes. I think that will pop nicely. But I'll have to do that later. Right, what kind of weapons we working with here? A Harris on quad, which is good. This means we can keep moving while we fire the charge hit. Same with the Zooks, although I'm definitely going to change this out for Majestic, just because it's a little lighter, which means we get a little more speed. Although, not really a hassle, because we're already at the minimum speed threshold of 250. Yeah, it's time to take a look at your build. Hell yeah, man. Let's see. Overall, let's just get into a test and check it out. Decent AP amount? Oh, no doubt. This is a thick boy. 1200, not bad. God damn, I get. Alright, so I imagine synergy with this type of build is definitely go hover mode. We got Coral Gen, nice. Missiles always, is why not. I'm guessing we want to use our Charge Harris and Zook to break poise, and then use our Earshot as a punish. That's just humongous damage. Thing is, there's a decent amount of downtime with these assortment of weapons. Bombs. I can see this being really good in 3v3s. I don't know if that's the intended purpose of this type of build, but in 1v1s I can see it getting kind of a little lost in the sauce in terms of fire rate. Yeah, what's the playstyle from the author himself, or am I on the money? Yeah, with the what's it called? And it comes back quickly, which means we can keep up the pressure. With the Majestic, we still get that combo. Basically what you described. I forgot, sir. A figure. It's a good combo. It is most mighty indeed. Die. Yeah, I think with the Majestic we'll accomplish the same goal, but we'll have a faster fire rate, which means we can keep up the pressure. What else can we do to increase such a thing? Main reason I went with the days was the large blast radius. True. Catch out more mobile builds. Yeah, I can see that for sure. It's just mad. Its reload is it's tough. Its reload time is 7.1 seconds. Jesus Christ, it's a bit much. Man, it's not likely that this misses, but if it does, because if the enemy's like airborne and close enough where detonation range won't occur, and you fire that out, it's like, oh well, I gotta wait 7 seconds to fire this again. You do have an earshot and a Harris to rely on after the fact, but those aren't everything. Especially if you're planning on using your earshot for your punish in the end anyway. Well, something's flesh image on Majestic's too bad, is it? Let's see. Not as good, but definitely not horrible. And it comes back. I think it's a nice balance of it comes back quicker, but its radius isn't as good. But you can always rely on detonation range as well, which occurs at like I think almost 300 meters, something like that. We go manual aim and then fire kind of next to it. Yeah. Bolts. What are we looking at for FCS? Waltz, yeah. I guess it'd be pretty good for the ranges we're gonna be in. Methinks. Coral Gen, can't go wrong. Booster, Brizzle, also can't go wrong. Although Brizzle kind of an odd choice for a ranged build like this. We don't really need it. But I guess if we're gonna be this heavy anyway, it doesn't hurt either. A build like this might favor for something more like maybe the Coral Booster to allow us to spam quick boost while hovering. Because then we actually get a lot of distance out of it. Because if we have that's the cool thing about the Coral Booster, is it gives a lot of distance when boosting, especially for heavier builds, which actually allow heavier builds to pull off decent dodges and break FCS lock at a greater range. And with Coral Gen, of course, we don't really need to worry about burning through our supply, as we can kind of just rely on it to fully come back. Coral was mainly for the, or Brizzle Boost was mainly for the assault boost. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. For sure. Like I said, we don't really need distance or chase down entirely. I mean, that's the kind of thing. Well, that's the other thing. I was thinking, well, what if we come across a kite build or a rat that likes to run away? We need something to be able to close the distance, you know, cover them. But the thing is, we kind of thrive at range with our earshot and our bazooka, because we can just get that detonation range. It was such a devastating amount of power with these, and even our Harris too, is like, you know, better range. They're gonna hit, but if they get hit by the splash damage and they are ratty enough or kitey enough to be light enough to get away from us at a consistent rate, chances are they're gonna get really low and lose the AP lead if they get hit even once by our range. But again, with our current status of being heavy as fuck anyway, Brizzle Booster isn't really the worst thing. So having the option to get close is pretty neat. Let's see what the distance is like when we use the Coral Boost. Yeah, it's not that bad actually. Not spammable, but it doesn't have to be. I would say depending on if we change up our weaponry by a whole lot, then we'll kind of go between boosters just to see which one will do better. This Coral Booster, almost on any build, is just good, especially if you're a thick boy anyway. Allows us to actually chase down people that really want to keep us at range, which is possible. I can see a rat build out ratting this, because it's just flying around cover, hiding from all your Zooks and your Harris shots and stuff, and just chipping away slowly. But if you boost after them, we're pretty slow regardless, but still. We obtained 400. And with the Coral Gen, you know. Recharge. Keep at it. Oh. Over and over. Round and on and they go. Made sense considering how heavy it is, yeah, for sure. The idea was simply to tank smaller hits and boost in response to large like Zooks and stuff. Yeah, I get that. What's our stability looking like? 2400, not bad at all. Yeah, we're definitely tanking a lot with this type of assortment. For sure. I mean, if we're this tankier anyway at the 250, like, might as well go all out. We become really overburdened. Yeah, okay, I can see why I didn't go for the max thick arms. So we were actually overburdened, which is kind of crazy. I guess it's squad, not tank. Look at that boost speed, 195. Oh God, that's crazy. But yeah, let's see, what else can we change when it comes to the weapons? Earshot is indeed goated on sauce. Much lighter alternative Songbird, but Songbird's like a little too dodgeable nowadays. But it is nuts. Come back quicker? It does. But it's not Earshot. Plasma missile launcher is pretty good. Pretty goated on sauce. Can we run coral missile, dude? That'd be kind of nuts. It's less consistent damage, but kind of crazy. Yeah, the Melander C3s felt like the heaviest AP for its firearm spec and recoil stats. Yeah, I mean, we don't really need to worry about recoil a whole lot, unless you're firing the Harris right after the Zook or something like that, or vice versa. You know, as long as you space out your shot even a little bit, you should be chilling. But I guess that's the other thing. If you plan on using the normal shot versus the charge shot of the Fulkin Harris. Yeah, so I imagine the idea behind missile launcher is to build up some stagger at range, so that when we go in for the combo of fucking majestic charge Harris, breaking stagger, and then fucking earshot for punish. Which means that, yeah, I mean, this is probably the best missile launcher for that job. It's very consistent, does decent stagger. The only equivalent would be like the javelin thing. Is a javelin you need to sacrifice FCS so that it actually locks on quick enough anyway. So Mitchell's pretty perfect. This combo setup as well is ultimately really good. Is there any thicker arms we could even run? We could run these arms. They have less firearm spec, but we don't really need a whole lot. Oh, this is pretty good. Defenses go up by quite a bit. Our recoil control goes up by a decent amount. Firearm spec goes down, but still over 100, which isn't that bad. And with our FCS maxing, or not maxing out, but getting really nice in our mid-range, which is going to be where we're majority based in. Although, if we really want to get our punishes off, we kind of want to stay kind of mid close range, which means we might want to switch out the FCS to the tailbot. And Mind Alpha arms kind of looking good. Water defenses go up, but our firearm stroke doesn't. I say, yeah, let's run Mind Alpha arms real quick and FCS. Yeah, the Waltz nice FCS is pretty goated for this. Although if we were to run the tailbot, wouldn't be so bad either. It would kind of mitigate our loss in firearm spec. Missiles were able to keep up pressure on lightweights. Oh yeah, for sure. Those plasma, the vertical plasma missiles almost never miss. What are the major breakpoints on the fire spec and recoil? Well, that's the thing. You can simply calculate it by taking, like for instance, let's see with the Harris. Harris, we check its recoil rate under direct hit adjustment is 35. Okay. Well, if we take a look at our arms, we can look at recoil control is 142. So as long as the recoil control on the arms is greater than the recoil caused by the weapon, then you're pretty much chilling. As long as you're only firing that weapon consistently, or if you're dual wielding that weapon, as long as you fire them at the same time, then you won't see an increase in their recoil. But obviously we do need to check the recoil of the Majestic. Recoil is 85, also not as great as our arms can handle, but combined with the Harris, becomes a little bit of a problem. It becomes slightly greater. Although no, hold on, this is 140, right? 140. Chillin'. 85. 35. Yeah, about. Pretty much chilling. Plus, if we space out the shots, we're chilling anyway. So yeah, these arms can definitely handle our recoil. But obviously, it's just better not to shoot. Like if I shot the bazooka and then immediately went to fire start firing the Harris, I would probably see a little bit of a dip in accuracy. But if I spaced it, fired. But if I go for the charge shot anyway, it's not really gonna miss. The amount of time it takes to start up charge, unless I already have it pre-charged, probably won't see much of a dip. And either way, our accumulative recoil isn't that much greater than our arms can handle anyway, which means we really won't see a dip in recoil control. Bombers. And the firearm specialization, how much of an effect will going from 130s to 103? So that's the thing. Usually that would be kind of like a detrimental what's it called? It's all what firearm spec contributes to, much like your FCS. They both contribute to the same thing, which is how fast you lock on after either initial lock on, so like this. So yeah, we see the little red reticle dancing around and then locks in. Now we're locked in place. This is pre-lock, or pre-lock, full lock. So it takes about, let's see, about 2-ish seconds, 1.5 seconds probably, to fully lock on. Once they dodge, like we dodge, it breaks that lock, so we have to redo it again. So the higher our firearm spec and the higher our FCS stat, and for depending on our certain range, is the quicker that will happen. Both contribute to the same, like your parts contributing towards your AP or something like that. So as long if we sacrifice, what the fuck now? As long as we say, all right, this has 130 firearm spec, which isn't great. We're just over half. Although the weapon we're using doesn't really need to be on target all the time. We just make sure it's on target by the time we shoot, our one shot, or we continue to spray. It's not like a machine gun where it's like you spray, oh they dodge, now I need to stop, wait to realign, spray. It's more like wait to align, fire, and then it's probably on cooldown because we're using Harris. With bazookas, it hardly even matters if the recoil or the full lock isn't completely on. It doesn't matter that much because chances are detonation range and or splash damage will take care of the rest. It is better to wait for it to fully lock on because then you actually your weapons will start to do a prediction. So even if you like fighting like a super lightweight moving side to side or moving to one side really fast, where you would think most guns like the Gatling gun, when you're just spraying, most of the bullets will just miss because you have the recoil at that rate. If you're fully locked on and they don't dodge to break it, and they think just moving side to the side really fast will just make sure they're evading, like they evade missiles. If you're fully locked on, your weapons will actually make a prediction. They will actually shoot ahead of the target to hit. So as long as they're fully locked on, it's definitely well worth it to wait until you're fully locked on to fire your weapon. Even Majestic or something like that, because then you're actually just making a prediction and shooting out, and chance that they're going to run straight into it, direct hit. So a great way to not get hit by something like that is to dodge before they're firing their weapon, not as they're firing it. Because by the time they fire it, chances are their FCS is already making the prediction. So our firearm spec is over half, over 100, which is a great threshold to hit regardless. And then we have our FCS, which is the best for mid and close range, which of course is 60 and 50, which if we put the numbers together, we'll have over 150 and over 160 firearm spec, which is good tracking. Speed is king. Now it's good obviously if we already had 130 on our firearm, and then this would just add to it, but having at least 150 is so good already. That's why Notch Rider arms are fucking goated on the sauce. The recoil is not great, but their initial 160 fucking shiggy firearm spec is already nutty and can kind of carry even if your FCS is trash. Thing is, their recoil control is not that great. It's only 80 by default, which means it can't really handle a lot of dual wielding weapons unless, of course, you're firing the dual wield weapons at the same time. Because then your recoil accumulation will actually be equal to only the 1 instead of the 2. So if you have dual machine guns and you fire dual machine guns at the same time, instead of taking each individual's recoil of the guns themselves and putting them together for a grand total, instead they'll just be equal to just 1 of the machine guns, because you're firing them at the exact same time, which doesn't really make sense realistically, but it is a neat feature of the game itself. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. At least as far as my knowledge goes on the matter. Incredibilis. Yeah, so I think this ARM and FCS combination will do as well. Okay, that's quite enlightening, hell yeah, dude. Here to help, dude. Yeah, I would like to go this deep into explanation, like on builds and videos, but I feel like it would take way too long. I don't want to put the viewers to sleep necessarily. So I'll try to shorten it up. Incredibilis. But yeah. So yeah, this ARMS FCS I think is a good pairing, very nice. Makes up for it. And we get better defenses out of it anyway, which is always good. Might as well. And we can afford it. Again. We're edging the line of our current load, but unlike edging the line of the current yen load, we actually don't see much of a penalty for getting close to our weight load. There's no debuff to be had there. In fact, we only kind of get, well, I think I'm pretty sure it's only the weight in the legs that contributes to the strength of kicks rather than your overall weight. It might be your overall weight though. I'm not sure. That'd be really cool though. That'd be really dope actually. Makes sense too. But yes. What else? Gear shot is pretty necessary for the punish. The missiles are necessary for the range, stagger buildup, and pressure. Really no better weapon for the job that we can actually handle without sacrificing our FCS, which we can't sacrifice our FCS because of our items. Now the only thing I've seen this build struggle with is builds that can just quick boost a lot or more on the lightweights. Idea of struggle with lightweights. I see. Yeah, we gotta work on eating those motherfuckers alive. Just devouring them. So yep, if they quick boost a lot and they can afford to, our tracking is not great. Our tracking relies on waiting for the right lock on and then firing, as we've just discussed with FCS. The Harris is not very fast firing, so that can't really make up for it. The only thing that you could kind of do to get around that is to use the Coral boost, or the Coral Gen Bristle boost to close in distance for firing. Because now that we switched out the Walt, which has less than optimal, or well, 50, it's not that bad, close range assist. Now we have great close range and mid range, which means that we can actually kind of close the distance. Once we close the distance, their quicken boost won't really do a lot against us when we're firing so close with bazookas and stuff like that. And with our Coral Bristle, we can actually go for kicks a lot more often, which are great to... I think actually, might be wrong, but here, let's kill him so we can just reset. But I think kick into Majestic was discovered as a true combo. I feel like I could be wrong, because that's just wacky, but we'll see. I feel like it's not, but even if it's technically not, I mean, that is so close in one's face that it might as well be. It looks like it would overshoot, much like a Zimmerman really close. If the ground wasn't there, I feel like it wouldn't hit. Yeah, I feel like if you're airborne, going for the kick into Majestic is a bad idea if it's going to overshoot and just go to the ground. Look at that kick damage on direct hit. Oh my god. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, I mean, what can we do against really lightweight boys? It's kind of hard. It's hard indeed. Ooh, you know what we could do? We could change up the status quo. Now, having range to use our punish of staggering off of a bazooka hit into Harris is neat. What would kind of kill lightweights a little more would be... Ooh, yes. I am cooking. Sacrifice the Zuka and Harris for dual Zims. And what we have is a really aggressive boy, similar to my 3v3 tournament build I'm making right now. Use missiles for distance, assault boost with Zims, preferably actually, land the assault with Zims. Great stagger. This allows us to keep being aggressive. Gear shot for punish. Basically, the idea is spam kicks as well as Zims. That was obviously what the voice Zims just did nothing there, but. There, but not bad. Good job, plasma missiles coming in clutch. What do you say? Let's see. Oh no, my month 1 PTSD. Yeah, dude. Zims are in, man. They are nuts. The new discovery of assault boosting to get the extra out of the kinetic energy increase, assault boost. You add a Zim's coral boost, coral bristle boost is fucking nutty. Like, it is super strong. So you could run something like this, and then you will just actually eat lightweights alive. This is a pretty similar setup to what I have right now for my 3v3 no restrictions tournament setup, and it fucking eats lightweights alive. Like, full S lightweights that are meant to break your stagger with like needles or Zims and punish with insane melee combos gets absolutely shredded by something like this. Sure, we don't have our Zook and our Harris for more range, but do we need it? No, man. Not bad, but what about thrower into Zook? Do you want thrower into Zook? I don't know if that's necessarily better, but and by thrower into Zook, do you mean explosive thrower or plasma thrower? I think you're talking about explosive thrower, but let's see what that looks like. Explosive thrower into Zook. I mean, if we can build up stagger for sure, but which explosive thrower definitely does a good job of. Good God. I mean, yeah, both pretty much fit the aggressive playstyle. I think you'll find more consistency with something like the dual Zimmerman, although obviously it's less creative, and you probably get some hate for it because people just don't like stuff like that. But no, it's in the game. Got nerfed. That's what you complain about. Where's my energy? Goddamn, come back. Yeah, I gotta go for one over the other. I could see maybe combine the two. Combination. We go Zim and Thrower to build up Stag, and then your shot to punish. That could be kind of nuts. Not as replicatable necessarily, but it's so good. I fucked up by going for the sub boost as well, but yeah, your shot doesn't come back fast enough to keep up that combo over and over, but I mean, it's pretty good. It's very aggressive. I like the flow of this. Yeah, I wanted a little more flexibility with my engagement range instead of going full ultra brow or back with a shotguns. It's effective though. It is effective, that is for sure. Not dead, really. Die. Ah, damn it. I was clinging on to life for fucking so long. That is dead like 3 times. Yeah, due to this build's thickness, if you're not hovering, I can see it definitely struggling with dodging a lot of things. But then again, if we play this aggressively, don't really need to worry about dodging. It's more about just beating ass until they're dead and outliving them. Man, it's reading my inputs. Holy shit. Every kick dodges. Like every single time I sub boost in his immediate proximity, just dodge perfectly. I can't dodge pause. Our explosive thrower, I think. I think we should stick with a build that can function at both mid and close range. Gotcha. Alright. Mid and close range. Well, what could be mid and close range? One thinks. Well, what's the thing? Us being this heavy with this type of build, quad and stuff like that, doesn't really do mid range necessarily. Unless we're running something like dual. Maybe. Pew pew. If we're running something like dual Harris or like Rensetsu. I could see something being made. It's like Rensetsu is pretty decent at keeping range, doing some stagger. It's not great, but it's something. I've seen some pretty good kite builds, which they are range connoisseurs. I think it's just not my cup of tea. It's not strong enough. Dual Harris though. That's kind of nuts. Yeah, thing is though, the Harris does do insane stagger. Thing is, it doesn't last long. Stagger does not linger. Yeah, I definitely think it was at least one Harris and a Zook for range with a thick boy like this is more or less warranted. That allows us to actually like deal damage at a semi-range. Thing is, we need to rely on detonation range to actually do things like that. Nah, the ARs are just too weedy. Yeah. Getcha. That's just the thing, being mid and close range combination is a bit tough. Tough. Ooh, it's a fresh canvas. close range. Mid-range. What do you think about this setup? Blunder snipe build. Beach. Allows us to snipe things a little out of our range. Is the morally worth a look? Sadly, not really. Unless you want to run two of them on your shoulders. It has sadly fallen from grace. This thing used to be fucking nuts. It's still alright on direct hit adjustment punish, but it's like kind of become the worst earshot in a sense. It's very strange. It has great direct hit adjustment, but it's just like if you're not running two, it just kind of lacks. The spread is pretty dope. Like, it's just like a splash damage, not it, but it has spread. And it comes back decently quick. It's just no. It has detonation range, which I think is pretty key, but direct hit and see what that's like. Yeah, a lot of it it would be insanely strong, and it really only is if you kind of barrel stuff them, but that requires being right up their ass, which is kind of not the point of a mid-close range build. You should be better. What about honestly? Oh well, this is pretty nuts. This shit's goated on the sauce. Especially on direct hit. Outside of direct hit, not that great. And it's like alright, but like that's good. It looks fine. But since it's plasma, it has one of the slowest travel times. Like versus the LCS, nothing. Look at that, he dodged it, still get hit by the LCS. But shoot this, chance already get dodged anyway. But if we have this on reserve, wait till stagger, break, we'll switch, and fire away. All the health just goes bye-bye. Obviously we'll do it on full health so we can actually see the effect. God damn it, I keep overshooting the shooting soon. Like, it's pretty good on direct hit. But it's just not good at range, because Plasma is like the slowest moving projectile in the game. I do remember that the charge shot's much faster velocity-wise. Yeah, kind of. The thing is, it goes on cooldown after the first charge. I don't think the LCS does since first charge hit. Let's see. That's pretty quick. The thing is, I pulled that immediately now. It's much better used on direct hit adjustment. Yeah, like it didn't even do that much even, like damage-wise or stagger. Usually Plasma's pretty good at that. Yeah, shoot it. God. Yeah, nah. It's good on direct hit adjustment, but outside of that, it's not exactly the most preferred weapon. What if we run 2? That'll make enough of a difference. Run 2 and shoot it raw. Maybe after like a kick. Even then, man. Looks great stagger, I guess, but not enough. Not enough that we wouldn't already get that out of just using the Zims with LCS. I think the LCS is just over tweaked, man. Needs some more tweaking. Needs to be nerfed a little more to warrant other use of other weaponry. Like this combination right here is pretty good. This is pretty cracked in the lightweight tournament. Yeah. You did mention the coral missile earlier. It is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Why not try that with the Zook Harris earshot? Its guidance is so good that lightweights might have problems with it. Yeah, kinda, but it's also its tracking, its guidance, yeah, it's great, but its speed in which it tracks isn't super great. So lightweights honestly don't have too much of a trouble with it. But yeah, let's take a look. Thing is though, also with it is we kind of have to we don't have to, I guess, but we kind of have to sacrifice our FCS for it a little bit because it locks on really fucking slowly. Like it's kind of like the Javelin beta situation where it's good, but it just it locks it down really slowly. Let's actually switch it over to this one. Just to keep the familiarity. Paris Bazooka. Like, let's charge it up. Of course, always charge it. But look at this lock-on time. Oh my god. By the time this is fully charged, it's already half locked on, or it's about half locked on. Wow, holy shit, this speech is up. Look at that, just missed completely. All that locked on time just so it can miss. Come on, man. Like, it's good when it works, but when it doesn't, oh boy, it can take its time. Try it again. Start to lock. Yeah, it can just kind of miss, man. This would be really weird. Although in most case scenarios, people are more airborne than usual, so there's more of a chance for it to not miss, which is neat. Better to fire from upon high. But I feel like It does a lot, but I don't know if it does enough that it's warranted having such a slow missile. I feel like we might get more consistency out of something like the plasma. Ugh. We'll see. It's not so much about actually hitting them, but rather, yeah, giving them the constant pressure, making them have to worry about it. Yeah, true. But I feel like, well, yeah, I feel like newer players for sure will be like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, it's coming for me. That thing is devastating. Oh no. But I feel like more veteran players will be like, oh, coral missile, I see. I know how to dodge this because it's slow as fuck and I can just run to a wall or something like that and be chilling. But that does mean they're thinking about it, which means they need to prioritize that and yourself, which is a lot to worry about. Or it can be anyway. Most of the time I just tend to ignore it for the most part. Obviously I keep it in the back of my head just so I know. I'm not going to forget about it and let it hit me, but figure the best way around it is just to assault boost in one direction, and then it will catch up eventually. And since I'm assault boosting away from it, chances are I'm going to be so fast I'm not going to get hit by any of the other attacks the enemy's throwing at me. But that's not everyone's thought pattern, so I can see it working in most case scenarios. Maybe using the drones might be a good idea. Maybe. Or perhaps orbit. The bullet orbit. Bullet orbit? Bullet orbit over missiles. I don't know if I'd take that. But then again, this is close range again. You know? Where it probably won't do its job if we're sticking at our far range with our Zeus and Eris. I mean, it's gonna be alright, but the bullet travel speed of the orbit isn't, like, as you can see, not incredible. And depending on our range, look at the bullet drop off. We're not even 100. We're like 150 meters away. Yet its bullet drop off is already immediate. That's not great. We're gonna see more productibility out of probably normal missiles, I guess. Yeah. Plus he goes on cooldown for like 60 years once he's done. It's not great. Bullet orbit's good. It's just good if you're being like really aggressive with close range weaponry. Man, is it? Bullet orbit's chilling. What the hell? Why was the bullet orbit firing until he ran out completely? What the fuck? That's not normal. Usually it goes on cooldown. Might have glitched it with resupply. Oh yeah, now he's overheat. Yeah, what the hell? I was bugged out for a second. The hell? Laser orbit? That could be decent actually. That would definitely work a little better than bullet orbit for sure, because it actually has like range and it doesn't stop firing for a while, much longer. Not a lot of damage, but constant pressure, which is nice. And honestly, with that firing constantly, most unknowledgeable people, knowing that it doesn't do a lot of damage, might prioritize dodging that more than anything else you throw out, or that alongside it to the equivalent of what you also are going to do, which means they're wasting a lot of dodges on an orbit. It's not going to even do a lot, which means it allows you to wait for them to dodge or go for their offensive attack like that and just fucking go in. Yeah, this could be a good assortment. Like even the AI doesn't like dodge it often because it knows it's just not worth it, but sometimes it does. And I can see some people being like, oh shit, lasers, I better dodge. That's really just a foolish decision. I always would utilize the heavy kicks of the quad while we wait. And the drones, what are your thoughts about them? Drones, they're okay. It's just the fact that they deploy, go after the target, and fire, and then re-chase down constantly means that, especially if you're fighting a lightweight, they're just gone by the time the droids go to do anything. They're only good once the enemy stops moving, is on direct hit adjustment. That's when they're actually like really good. Like whenever someone uses, like, look at that. Whenever someone ever uses it against me, like, look, they die so fast too, and it takes. Now they're back. Oh my God. Takes a minute. Yeah, laser orbit much better. Like they die so fast, they stop and then fire instead of chasing down and firing. Like whenever I see someone using laser droids or laser drones, I think, all right, that's nothing really, because I'm always gonna be on the move anyway. So by the time they stop to lock on and shoot me, or they stop to shoot, I'm already gone, and they have to do it again. And then by the time that happens, chances are they break. So really, they're only good at doing their job if you stack two of them and you break their what's it called? You break their stance, and they're taking direct hit. Because in direct hit, these actually can do pretty gnarly damage, because you know, multiple stacks, everything's doubled, all the good stuff. But without it, not really preferable. I definitely would take the laser. I think the laser orbit is the best laser, like drone-esque weapon in the game, as of right now, anyway. Till later patches, will change. But yes, I think the orbit's a nice addition. I think it adds more pressure, as we were looking for with the whatchamacallit, the coral missile, for sure. Bolt. On a slightly different note, the turrets are very dangerous if you can keep the enemy nearby. True. Oh yeah, bullet orbit's nuts, man. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Its bullet drop off is just not great. So it's really it is most definitely a close range weapon. Like pairing dual turret drones or bullet orbits with dual like stun needles or dual Zimmermans even, it is kind of nuts. But pairing it with long range Zooks and stuff like that, not really necessary, because the purpose of bullet orbits is constant pressure of bullets, like damage, especially direct hit damage, and stagger buildup. Thing is, we don't really need that when we have Zooks and Harrises, the like #1 best boys of doing a bunch of stagger pretty quickly anyway. That just kind of adds on, but that gets added on. It's basically like a worst ranged missile. It's better than missiles that stagger buildup at closer range, but not as good at further range. It's like the opposite, or it's the counteractive missiles. More at close, worse at further. Missiles are worse at close, but best at further. No, not the bullet orbit, the deployable turrets, the VP-60. You're talking about these laser turret. Okay. I've seen these used a little bit. I think they don't move, do they? They don't track your target. Let's see. I haven't really fucked around with these a little too much. Oh yeah, you just send these out. Yeah, they don't move at all. They're alright if you like to like camp, I guess, in a certain place. Even then, their range is pretty saucy. It's not bad. But obviously at this range that we're at right now, not that great. So we could definitely stay within this range. Kind of throw them out. They're definitely an interesting tool. I haven't seen used a lot, and I don't really use it a lot myself. Only because they don't really fit into the builds I make, or at least the ones I have made. They're alright. They just don't last too long, and there's no really way to know other than, oh, you notice they're stopped shooting. But in the heat of battle, do you really notice that too often where you can actually capitalize? I guess just constantly redeploy them whenever they come back, because then they'll always be up. The thing is, though, are they doing a better job than the orbit? I don't know. You know? I still see them being more useful than, say, missile or orbit. Alright. But you just need to constantly put them down is the only thing. You constantly put them down, they don't do insane damage, and there's only 3 of them at a time. As where you could just activate bullet or laser orbit once, and then you're chilling until it's on cooldown, until it's off of cooldown and comes back. Or missiles, fire them away, wait till they come back, lock on, fire away. I think the laser turret is less simple and not as effective or greater than the other simpler options, I think. So when I think it comes to the shoulder mounts, it's either default plasma missiles, as these do more damage and are really hard to dodge, or the more pressuring orbits that keep people on their toes a little more. I think the main advantage they have over the orbits is that they can hit the enemy from different angles. That's true. Rather than just the fronts. They can't focus on dodging and the turrets. Kinda, but honestly, again, like putting myself in a situation of using them and being against them, is I probably just wouldn't really care about them too much, as they need to be put down, and then that's just their area of effect. I could just kind of get out of dodge, more or less, get distance from that area. Although if I'm a melee man anyway, I don't think they'll do enough to me before I can do what I'm trying to do at close range anyway. And they detonate pretty quick. They don't last very long. So the enemy needs to constantly put them out, and I can't put them out if I'm constantly on their shpeepee, beating their peepee. Or I'm constantly at range, firing them at a range that those droids probably won't do much at anyway. However, if they had the laser orbit, if I'm at close range, I'm gonna chances are get hit with that as well as whatever they're firing at me consistently, if that is the case. But if I'm also at range, it means that's a constant firing at me, so I need to constantly be dodging that. Versus, oh, we put them down, I'm just gonna get out of there, or oh, we put them down, I don't really care, they don't really do a lot. They'll detonate anyway, they'll be gone. Like, they'll be gone much faster than the bullet orbit, or the laser orbit would be, or the missiles, necessarily. So I don't think they're just really not that strong. Unfortunate though, they're pretty neat. Putting down some droids in an area and then going around. It's like a spider web, dude. It's pretty heat. Making a territory. Just think they need to be a bit stronger or last a bit longer. Definitely neat though. Very neat. I was removed from my own party for inactivity. Heat. What about going full laser build? Double LRAs, missile/orbits, and one of the laser cannons. I mean, we could. We definitely could. Let's try it. Let's take a look at it. LRA. LRA. Go with it. Laser cannon, the only one I know. That's epic sauce, and then laser orbit. Oh god, we're edging on the line of being on although it doesn't matter because we have the coral gem, so it doesn't really matter. Who's the big boy? I feel like this could work. Although at this rate with all these lasers, I wouldn't even bother with the laser orbit. I'd probably switch it to missiles just so we could get a little more stagger build up. So lasers are pretty good, travel speed great, but their stagger build up is not that easy. Plasma on the other hand though is quite it's pretty nuts. However, actually, I want to see, can these run on wheelchairs? No, they cannot. However, if we lighten the load, they can. That's kind of nuts. Now we're a lot quicker. Wabadoo! That ain't so bad. Yep, it's effective, but a little creative. Thoughts on triple cannon? Triple cannon is nutty. Thing is though, it's very hard to pull off on most builds because of how heavy it is. Might be able to do it with our quad setup. Let's see if it's possible. Yeah, we were just edging on the line of fucking EN shortfall and being overburdened. So yeah, this is a little impossible. Can you even do it on a tank? I don't even know, dude. You can, although your EN will like just never come back. Well, I bet we could maybe pull it off if we pull this. No, not even. This is not even enough. You can do it, but your stamina just will not come back. I mean, we have coral gen, and like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's even still under it. Look at I look how slow and you're just coming back. God. It's strong. Yeah, I definitely have to lighten up on literally anything else. Boy. Shit. It's nuts. It's like nothing that can be done to lower the EN load. It's all just crazy. We just need to sacrifice. You can't have all four. These slow punches. Come here, boy. Yeah, that's right. You die. Go to hell and you die. I mean, it is possible to run both of these on a. Funny enough, it's my first Requiem build I ever made for someone. Take a look. First, make sure to save the progress we've made. Although I should actually change it back to an actual variant that we've got so far. Switch it back to the LRA variant we got going. So we had rocking double LCS, LRA, probably something like that. Yeah, about. That was having a certain time being. Yeah, let's go back to the original for now, because we're not too sure. But yeah, the first Requiem build was this. It's pretty good. Edging the line of its EN load, though, that's for sure. But it worked. It was very tight, almost unfixable. Oh, we had missiles? Yeah, yeah. Then I made this out of it. Switch out the machine guns for superior variants, and change up the entire frame so they could actually fit all of this and actually work. With this assortment, you can actually use it. With the machine guns, they're good enough to break stance pretty quick, and then punish with the triple lasers. Those die. Pretty spicy indeed. Not too shabby. A little slow, but you know, what can you do? Effectively, what is this speed?
Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
240, yeah, pretty much the slowest you could be. Oh boy. But not much different than what it was before. But a decent upgrade, methinks. Yeah, so it is possible to run all three on a bipedal build. Better to be on a tank, honestly, but you know. Oh yeah, that's right. We were going a full laser orbited cannon and a thing. Although orbit's pretty alright, but with these constant stream of lasers anyway, not really necessary. It'd be better to have some good stagger buildup, because these on their own are not necessarily great. So considering everything, I think the Harris, Majestic, Missiles, and Earshot is my personal favorite of the bunch. It is pretty good. It is a nice combo. Super consistent. Pressure, not necessarily, but not too shabby. Let's run back to the original combination then. Keeps it missiles. Majestic. Yes. Hades. I wonder, does this actually offer enough stag consistently? This might be a contender. Let's see. Say we hit Majestic. This, it does break stag, and we still have some left over. It does the purpose of the Harris. Sure, not as much damage or as much stag technically, but it does allow us to keep firing it even after it's spent. Not that bad. Could offer for a little more mistakes, a little more room for error. And it fires really fast. Pretty sure this is the weapon that the trainer AC is using. Let's find out actually. Yep, same weapon. Not too bad. I think it's kind of better for our purpose of it. It's not really using snipes of the Harris to do great damage. It's more or less using it to proc that final hit of stagger to pair into our finisher. Alright, but if you had to make something Requiem, what would you go with? Full aesthetic freedom? Ooh. Just maintaining the heavy quad setup. What would I consider to be a Requiem, I wonder? Out of the variants we have, what would be the... Because I guess a better way to look at it, or not a better way, but a way to look at it to see which one is technically better would be which one wins. That's kind of interesting. It's either which one wins against itself in direct combat at a point where it's less about the pilot's skill and more about just the fact that the build is better and or the other is obsolete, or is it better to say which one performs better in its task and or in the grand total of PvP in scenarios of the unknown type deal. As in, I could take this build into PvP and win more matches than I would if I took in the prior or the, either one. Is it just better because it beat itself? Maybe. Or is it better because it wins more matches? It is something to ponder, methinks. Guess as long as it does what, like the original, for instance, this original setup is bazooka into Harris stagger into earshot combo with missiles to obviously aid. Anything that can do that exact combo but quicker and or more deadly technically does its job faster and better. So as long as it can break stag and but that's the thing though, it's kind of just like the main goal of every build in the game, which is break stag and then end it with an insane punish, or at least combo up to a punish. So at that blanket statement, it's all the same. But Huh. It's interesting. But this build is meant to thrive at mid and close range, which is tough. It's a tough thing to do. Let me think. Because if I had, like, say, the Devil LRA, which are really good at range, could that on this build outmaneuver this build's like Bazooka and Harris? Potentially, but potentially not. Like the LRA could probably chip at this one's health more, quicker. But if this one lands its Zook into Harris or Zook into goddamn Curtis, it might just stun it. Although this build has a really high DPS, or not DPS. I mean, well, it does, but I mean aptitude stability. Right? Does it? Yeah, 2400. That's really nuts. It means I could honestly tank a Zuka or Zook to the face, so it could survive such an encounter and then retaliate with things like fucking LRAs and LCS with missiles. It's tough. It is tough, I think. I think I'll have to practice with each variant a little bit to kind of determine which one I think will feel and perform a bit better. Honestly, the relatively minor changes we made so far don't warrant a video spot, so I'd like to see something more of a shift so that I could see them against each other. I get you. Yeah, this current variant we have right now, yeah, not too different. It's just pretty much just changed the primaries and the missile launcher. Did we change the missile launcher, or was this missile launcher variant originally too? I think it was, yeah, this was it originally as well. So all we did really so far is change pretty much one. Although I mean, changed one, changed the arms to the. What did we change the arms to? It was the. Yeah, okay. I mind alpha. FCS to mid close and mid range, more accuracy. Soon we'll be at those ranges. I need to change expansion or generator. Inner fire's looking good. Main parts also just the best for this type of tankier playstyle. Yeah, so really not much change other than the FCS, the arms, and the primaries. But yeah, definitely is enough to, I would say, warrant a 1v1 spot. Definitely have to try out a different variant, one that could potentially beat it, which I could see maybe the Zimmerman LCS combo beating a build like this, as this is a little slower but hits harder, as where the Zimmerman LCS is just fucking, it's just constant damage with like no downtime. And with the kicks too, to interrupt such things like charge Harris shots or not really stop a bazooka shots, but still get around it. I can see that build maybe doing a bit better against this build maybe. It's difficult. It is tough to make the call. It is tough because this build itself is very good. It is a meaty combo and a very pull-offable combo. It's just if a Zook doesn't land, which I guess is why we switched to the Majestic. If the first Zook does not land, it's going to take some reloading, and we wouldn't want to be waiting on the dizzy days. So, yeah. What I ponder indubitably. I think here, I'll save this as the first. We'll make a couple variants and then we'll kind of compare the stats and thought process a little bit. And then we'll narrow it down between the few. Yeah, I don't need this. Let's get out of here. Basic lightweight thing. God, that's a look. Alright, do this. Override. Overall better stats. Recovery, obviously down by 3 points, but no. Not that bad. Overall so far, I think it'll perform well, more consistent anyway. In setting up and using the punish. Let's make the new variant. Let's make the basically my Spider Knight setup, which is dual Zim, dual LCS. Not really necessary. Might as well go a little thicker. Yep, alright, this variant number 2. And variant 3, which is LCS. Does make me feel good that the original build didn't require a lot of change, hell yeah. To really perfect it means my build crafting is pretty good. I would say so. It is good. It is a meaty combo, indubitably. It is definitely good that not many changes can be made to a build when it is already refined. That's what happened when I was making my first Requiem video. I'm like, or build. That video was at the same time too, but anything I changed about the build, they were just like big overburdened or energy shortfall would just not work. I was like, what the actual fuck? How am I supposed to make any changes to this build? Any change I make fucks it. So I just had to redesign the entire thing, and it worked out. It was possible. Alright, what was this setup? Right, double OCS, double hit missiles. Let's say, here. Missiles, then we can kind of keep these arms on all stages, because it's not like our weight really matters a lot. Although no, we need recoil, our firearm spec, at least over 100 spec, I think. Yeah. How much recoil does the LRA have? Recoil 30. That's not too shabby. 30, 30, 60. 30, 30, 60. What about the heavy? 92 recoil. Oh no, 155 recoil control. Oh yeah, we're chilling. We can go thick boy. We can go thick arms. Hell, might be able to put these big boy arms on like all the builds, honestly. Not sure though. Oh no, I can't put it on the original because, well, with the non-Heresy Curtis and the Majestic, maybe. Because now, because I remember the first change I went to make with the arms because I thought they were a little skinny for the big boy, and we were at 250, so it's not like speed's a big thing. But the big Zooks we had on the arm didn't allow us to do such a thing. I'll run this as the next variant. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Let's load this real quick. Can we change the arms to heavy boy arms? We can. Recoil control goes up. Firearm spec goes down by a bit, but I mean, Doesn't matter that much. Although it goes under 100, which I don't like. So yeah, I think we'll keep the better arms just so we have more accuracy because we kind of need it. In fact, might need it on the LRA build too. Not so much on Zimmerman's. Yeah, you can run fucking what's it called? What's it called? Bastion on Zimmerman and still have good tracking, which is nuts. Well, makes sense to shotguns, you know. Is this the remake of mine? I don't think so. It looks a lot like my build, to be honest. Oh, it's hell. That's dope. Welcome to the chat, matey. But yeah, this is not your build right now. Although, if it does look similar, that's pretty cute. This one's pretty good. Having some trouble defining or choosing which variant we've made so far as to be the best. Is it the tweaked original? Is it the super aggressive Zimmerman LRA or LCS? Or is it the LRA LCS Missile Boy? Who to tell? Who could tell? Okay, I get you. Coincidences. Alright, with this, I think we need more firearm spec than anything else. Let's run these for the time being. Better. I want to get recoil and firearm spec. That's not bad. Good recoil, but not good firearm, which is not preferable. Yeah, we'll have to run with these. Yeah, these will be the variants. Have to go over them a little bit, maybe do some tests against Freud or something like that to see which variant is superior out of the few, which one will battle the first build, or yeah, battle the original. False supremacy. Indeed. It's been a while. Glad I got to catch a live stream. Hell yeah, man. Glad to have you. Well, I think that's that. Thanks for taking a look at something went for me, or with me. Well, yeah, man. Thanks for sharing the build, man. I'm gonna do some tests right now with these against like Freud and see what the fastest time I can get. It's not the greatest test of power, but I mean, let's see. Off the top of my head, I think that the LRA build will get beat by the Zimmerman build as it has two LCSs, which are fucking nuts, into kicks with Zimmermans, which means we can also use the thicker boy arms to compromise on firearm spec and recoil because we're using shotguns. We don't need to worry about such a thing, as this will try to keep his distance, but will not be able to keep up with the pressure of these Zimmermans. So I think Zimmerman boy is way better than LRA Ben, and so it's really Zimmerman against the tweaked original. I guess if the Zimmerman can beat the original, it can basically beat the tweaked original, although the tweaked original is, I think, will perform a little better. So it's kind of in between the two. Tweaked original or Zimmerman original? Or Zimmerman, I mean. I think it could go either way. Because, like, if, say, Zimmerman Man is going in, thing is what both builds really lack is the capability or the ability to dodge a lot. So I think that the Zimmerman build will perform better in PvP, mainly because it can stay up close and constantly pressure, constantly damage on the enemy, not allowing it to rest, not allowing, even if it's going to get hit, it's still dishing out a lot more damage, which could be said for the Zook build. However, the Zooks take time to fire, although with hovering it doesn't matter that much. Um, thing is though, if you miss a Zook, you need to wait for reload and use your Harris or Curtis such missiles to kind of keep the distance and keep the pressure on. But while that's happening, say the Zimmerman is coming for the Zook man. If the first Zook misses, or hell, it hits and it doesn't do enough stagger because of the aptitude stability of the Zimmerman man and his fucking big shoulders, and the Curtis can't finish him off when it comes to the staggering, then that's kind of it. Once the Zimmerman man closes the distance and starts wailing in with double Zim, double LCS, it's gonna be rough for Zookman to come back, I think. So I tell you what, I will make this build to the video, and instead of having one of the Requiems versus the original, since the first Requiem is basically just the original, but with some, I would say, objectively better tweaks, which is just taking the original formula and just making it a little more consistent, speed over damage type deal. Less splash damage in the Majestic, but it has faster fire rate than the Daisy. And the Curtis, same deal, faster fire rate, more bullets, more charge, less strength anyway. Shoulders stay exactly the same. Parts change up a tiny bit just for better performance. So I'd say, yeah, I'll make it a video. I'll have the new tweak variant Requiem versus the Zimmerman variant, and whichever one wins those bouts, I guess could be crowned the king of Requiem. So yeah, I'll make a video on this one and the other kite build versus its original variant, since they are quite different. Hell yeah, man. So how do you test these on live compared to when you do the other vids? Right, so this pretty much, the process we're going through right now is the process I go through before the video is made, meaning recreate the build that has been provided and or download the build through code, test it out a bit, get familiar with the formula and playstyle of the build, whether that's through just trial and error or someone left a comment with the detailed strategy. Test that out, see what's up, see what the synergy of parts are, and then go into just theory crafting, testing out different things, finding out what is technically the better version of a certain weapon. Like this build, for example, that we just worked on, it has the Harris, and its purpose is to land a bazooka, use the charge Harris to finish stagger, so now they're just stagger broken, direct hit now. Use the earshot for punish, and the missiles just to kind of help out with the whole process of building up stagger at a range, if not up close. So, what's a better Harris, at least for the job of finishing off stag? Well, its younger brother, the Curtis, does the same thing, less damage, but enough damage where it does the exact same purpose for the combo. Same for the Majestic Bazooka. Less splash damage, less damage, but it's faster and lighter, which means we can fire off more consistently, which can nicely pair into the finisher, which doesn't need to change because it's just goaded on the sauce for that specific thing. So that's pretty much the whole process of like theory crafting the build, and then the video is me just putting all of that into a much smaller format of where I can just explain beat by beat the choices that were made, and also doing it live now like this. As you can tell, I mean, I've been streaming for what, 3.5 hours? Like all of this information in a video, if I were to explain everything, it would be this long, which is not good. Oh, that'd be just, no one would watch that. That would take way too long. So, yeah, It's a long time of formulating a theory crafting and then summarizing it all up into a video. So this is the process before the video. And this allows you, creators of the builds, all the cool stuff to come in, share your thoughts, help me make the build as best as possible. Because if two minds are better than one, then a lot more is very fun. Do you have a long list this live? I only have 2 set up right now, which is this one and did I override the original for this one? No, I didn't. This one and this one. Now I'm down for suggestion. If you want to share your build, I'll take a look at it right now if you want. Usually I just work on 2 at a time for each video. Otherwise it's going to be like a 30-minute video. It's already like 20 minutes a pop when I handle 2. Because basically I'm covering 4 builds if I handle 2. Because I did the original, the Requiem, the original, the Requiem, and then the PvP test. Yeah, I can do yours for sure, man. Did you leave yours in a comment on the most recent video? Or if you want, you can share the info here. But if it's a long list to repeat, I can just go and check out the video comments and see. Let's find out. Oh, you have a code? No. No, about a few videos ago. I see, I see. Yeah, if you're on Xbox, you can just send the code right here and I'll just type it in. I'm down for that. Very nice, very nice. The Spider Knight that away. A great many builds have been downloaded. I absolutely forgot about it. I didn't even know, honestly, when I first started playing this game. But I got the pre-ordered edition, so I got the fucking Gun 13 Raven skin. At least I'm pretty sure this is the thing you get for pre-ordering, which is kind of heat. Kind of goated. You're on PlayStation? Nah. Yeah. I wish codes were cross-plat. That would be really cool. But they're not. Yeah, nah. If you're on PS, I'm on Xbox. So yeah, I won't be able to get the code. You know, if you know the video that you left it in a comment on, I can just go there. Or you can just list the parts here in the stream and I'll check it out there as well. I'll look around and see where it is. Which is indubitably. Yes. 'Where is it? Three or 4 videos ago, maybe. I see. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to download it. Well, for science, though, we can find out. Let's go NH3, 35, 35, QT2, QT2. Gotcha. CFQ. Total. Let's see. Oh, 35. QT2 CFQ. Okay. ETU. Very nice. I don't think so, though. Yeah. Doesn't work cross-plat. Most unfortunate, indubitably. Yeah, if you want to share the part list in the chat, that would work indubitably. Indubitably. So once we load up a default, boy. Begin. Yo, what's up, Switch? Think you could get you my build next stream, assuming this is your last for today? Yeah, I think this would be my last build for today. But yeah, totally. I would definitely get you what a build. For sure, man. Alright, where have we go? Okay. The legs. BE 40A arms. Oh god. Or wait, 46 arms? Yeah, 46A arms. Mind Alpha Body. No, already got that done. Body. Silverhead. Spiderhead. I'll put it in a comment what our next video is. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll be making a video on the 2 builds I worked on in the stream last night or tonight. I'll have the video up probably day after tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll work on it, and then the next day I'll have it uploaded. Hell yeah. Yeah, for weapons, what have we got? Also weapons and inner parts as well. box missiles, very nice. What we got for next time? Oh, siege missile, gotcha. Corn on the cob missile. What we got for shoulders? Got some missiles. Whatever we're gonna have to have something pretty spicy on the shoulders. So far, we're a very thick missile boat. Back morally. I guess that's pretty good if people want to close the distance on us. What's next? Another Morley, perhaps? A shield, perhaps? Don't know. No, a Balaam missile launcher. Gotcha. Balaam G210. There we go. Gotcha. Alright, for inner parts, what are we looking at? Booster, FCS, generator, and expansion. What we looking at? Oh, we're going. Booster, PST. Which one? This one. 6DS or C6SPD. FCS. G2 PO5. Very interesting. Interesting. $20C. Also interesting. No, we already have that equipped. And expansion assault armor, also interesting. This is an interesting build, that's for sure. I think we can work with this intuitively. Let's see, it says preset. Alrighty. So, I'm gonna go on a whim here and assume this is a missile boat playstyle build, as in, you fly up high, hover over the enemy, and fire missiles. Once they get close, hit them with a Morley. I call it Matty Rose Gold. Hell yeah, man. It's pretty heat. Yep, indubitably. Alright. Right. So, missile boat. This as a missile boat. Well, with our current gen, it's going to be kind of hard to maintain air status as we don't regen a lot when we fully deplete, and we will fully deplete eventually, either that or come down for the ground. So we're going to need a coral gen to keep us up. Also, hovering in the sky, although going hover mode is neat and allows us to stay there for a while. Once it runs out, or once the enemy rushes us, sure, it's nice to have a Morley to, hit them back. It's not going to be enough, though. So we definitely need a way to get out there with speed. So in theory, we use the Bristle Boost, right? Bristle Boost, Coral Gen, it's a great mixture, because Bristle Boost has the max assault boost stat. Assault boost EN consumption, not very high. It's half from what we were using before. Pretty great, but the AP or the assault, AB thrust, assault boost thrust is maxed, which is unprecedented. Which means we can constantly get speed. Although, what is better for a missile boat is a boat. We do lose our booster, however, this thing's speed itself is quite nutty, and it allows us to, we're going to jump to a test for examples. A missile boat, this actually allows us to hover at such a, and descend at such a slow rate that we can do this. Not only are we pretty fast, accomplishing while we side boost the speed we would have if we had bristle, but look at this slow descent. Look at that. Gives us all the time we need to regen with our out of stamina. We completely deplete the coral gen, and it will actually come back full, or near full anyway. This allows us to continuously just hover infinitely, never touch the ground. This is the base kit for a hover boat, or a missile boat rather. It's to be a boat, and it's decently fast. I mean, an assault boost, it's basically equivalent 400 boost speed, which we can see on the left side of the screen, little numbers on the very left side. We can see what we're clocking in at. And you always go faster and ascend faster if you're boosting, assault boosting, and dodging side to side. You go up to like 500, near 600 boost speed. Really good for climbing up the elevation. Yeah, these legs aren't too popular, but for this case scenario, very good. Now, for our Morley as our type of shutdown for anyone getting close to us, well, we just need to make sure that we that doesn't happen, and we keep the pressure on. What keeps things like that happening is, let's see. Now the most common, well, not the most common, but a really good setup for missile boating is double coral missile, double box missiles. So that's the thing. The difference between siege missile and box missile are the fact that siege missile fires slower, fires more, but fires slower and takes longer to recharge. And then the box missile is weaker, fires faster. Very much just the opposite effects of both. So in theory, it is better to have both of these because you fire these off much more consistently. As well, we switch our chest out because we don't really care about normal speed. Like our default speed right now with all this paired is 212. That is horrible. We might as well be at like 250, or technically we're below 250, which 250 is the lowest speed threshold there is. So we might as well just own it and be a fat fucking boy and just be the thickest boy around. If we run with the main dash, our aptitude stability skyrockets. Now we're at 2000 stability, which is nuts. Which means even if they do catch up to us, chances are they're not going to be able to stagger us and punish us off with like almost anything. Chances are we're just going to shrug off whatever they do and assault boost away. And since we're doing that, our arms can be thick, but these arms primarily prioritize in their load limit. They have max arms load limit. Thing is, we're using 2 box missiles, not very heavy, so we can go even thicker, boosting our aptitude. Actually, aptitude stability is not affected by arms at all, but our health goes to 1600, which is nuts. Our defenses go even higher, nuts. Our load limit goes down, our recoil goes down, our firearm spec and melee spec goes down, but that doesn't matter because nothing we're using on our arms matters in those categories. We don't care about load limit because these aren't very heavy. We don't care about recoil. They don't have recoil. We don't care about firearm spec tracking. They don't track with firearm. They track with the FCS and just missile lock. And they don't have melee, so we don't need to worry about that. We might as well just go whatever gives us the most defenses, the most everything. Core, we already went through that. Legs, we already know why we're using those. Head is just the best for stats overall, really, with this. And then, yeah, weapons are as they must be. FCS, we, what's it called? We might as well, instead of this, because we don't really care about range, might as well go max missile lock connection. This is 150 max missile lock connection. This will help with the very slow lock on of the coral missiles. What's it called? I think the siege missile is better on a lightweight rat build. Yeah, that can take advantage of the missiles delay. Oh yeah, for sure. Hardlock will make them blind to the missiles hitting from behind. Yeah, for sure. The siege missiles are way better for light. But for this, where we really have no offensive capability other than, or at least like quick offensive ability other than our missiles, we need just the fastest firing ones we can with decent tracking. And for assault armor, I also wouldn't run this. I would run pulse armor because it allows us to get out of any type of deadly. I mean, so does assault armor. But the thing is, chances are by the time they break our stagger, they're gonna be at a range anyway. So unless they, I mean, by the time if they can assault boost up to us, they would have to have Bristle and Coral to even do so. But it doesn't really matter because we can just continually assault boost at like a max height. So by the time they get up to us, they can really only punish us at range, which means if they're punishing us at range, there's no need to use assault armor to cancel out that. We might as well just pulse armor up, and then now we're invincible in the sky for even longer. Basically just winning the time war. And with our stats already, we're gonna survive anyone's like deadly combo anyway, so we don't really need to worry about yeah, 7 pulse armor makes us even more durable. So with this assaultment, match starts, start charging up the Coral missiles, and then just fire upon high. Usually delay your shots between the Coral missiles just so you can get a little more bang for your buck. And you just kind of rat. Charge these up again. Don't even need to use a fucking hard lock. Oh, he's dead. He's already dead. It's kind of just a strat. Missile boat, left on high, fire away. Just do that repeatedly until they die. Good old missile boat. I have to find the Coral missiles. Oh, I see. Yeah, I have a video on unlocking all secret parts, which, you know, include missile. I have, it's called 2 videos actually on that. One for unlocking all the secret parts, which vary up until I think New Game Plus 1 only. And then another video, a follow-up, including every secret part from New Game 1 to New Game Plus Plus, which includes every single part you could possibly get, as well as all the data logs, so you can unlock either the Coral Oscillator, Coral Booster, all that cool stuff. Hell yeah, dude. It's not very hard. As long as you beat the game, obviously New Game Plus Plus, you have access to every mission. You just replay the mission, go in, grab the thing, or destroy the certain droids for the data logs, and then make sure you finish the mission to actually save the progress. I see, yeah. Finding them on your own can be pretty tough. I know you can use the scanner to actually ping chests if you're nearby. Another idea is to go double Majestics and double Earshots. Oh god. For the memes. That's true. That is very true. You can absolutely just become a fucking cannon boat, dude. My pirate ship cosplay. Be firing them cannons from the shipyard. We gotta see it. It's a pirate's life for me, playa. Prepare to die. Yeah. You go to hell and you die. Da. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, basic missile boat build. Pretty cool. Exactly. Indeed. The bombs. Death from above. Pretty heat. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, but that's pretty much the peak of missile boating. You can, of course, always kind of like customize as to the missiles you use. As long as you're using 4 top-rated missiles, which are obviously siege missiles, box missiles, and um, coral missile. Those are all super good, handy useful weapons. Good one is to use both of these. It does look pretty goofy, but the damage is indeed mighty. Just fucking. Take a bit of time between shots. Like, as you can see, the siege missiles take a while. You pretty much shoot the box missiles twice before the siege missile is ready again. Yeah. Anything on this build, it's like sets of parts and inner parts. Any type of 4 missiles will do really good because you can stay at pretty much like max height infinitely. Everyone will have to use their boost just to get up to you while you're chilling. You probably have your boost again because you'll win the war of height of evolution. It's fucking heat, bro. But yes, that is indeed how it is. Yeah, I think those are the builds we're gonna take a look at. Or builds I'm gonna make the video on, the 2 ones we were looking at. For sure. What's the best generator and booster for a light build for long fight? Well, if you always want to close the distance and always, yeah. So say you're lightweight and you want to fight any type of build. You always want to be able to close the distance and make it so that it is your fight indubitably. Look at this. Okay, thick way. The most most popular assortment when it comes to booster and generator would be Coral Gen and the Bristle Boost, as it allows you to always close the distance with the assault boost speed of the Bristle being maxed, and the Coral Gen allowing you to deplete your energy and resupply it almost instantly. So you could do that. Or you could go with the more or less best booster for lightweight v lightweight, which is the Alula booster, which has half the assault boost speed that the Bristle has, but it thrives in multi-boosting, because the boost from boost speed for the Bristle is not very high, but with Alula you can almost spam quick hit boost and zip around really quickly. So it helps it a lot. But if you always want to close the distance and make sure that you're in your effective close range, because you have something like a Zimmerman or Melee or something like that, Needles, then a Bristle Boost Coral Gen is nuts. Coral Gen allows you to just keep on boosting almost infinitely, and the Bristle allows you to catch up to anyone, even rats or kites. Yeah, man, anytime. But you're kind of curious to see how my build stacks up against this. Oh god. I mean, it might do well. You know, it's all about which ones are more used to it, I guess, used to their build. Yes, sir, dude. Muffin top build, dude. OP, overburdened. That is a understatement. Look at those rolls, dude. It's nuts. Any way for you to try that? What? Having both builds stack up against each other? Theoretically, could. Definitely could. Could have someone rock the missile boat, and then I'd rock the other build, the quad. We'll see. But yeah, I believe those are all the builds I'm going to take a look at in this stream. We'll probably head out now and catch you on the next one, which will be not sure. I was trying to stream like 2 days ago, but a bunch of stuff had been happening. I got too busy. I was like, oh, well, it's already like 12. I'm not gonna stream now. I'll stream tomorrow, and then tomorrow, and now today. But yeah, tomorrow I will make the video. Next day I will upload it, preferably, and then the next day I will see the reception, see the comments, and then the next day I will preferably stream. But yes, it's all at the same time. I am preparing for the 3v3 tournament, the no restrictions 3v3, which I will be streaming this time. Unlike the lightweight one, which I didn't stream, I will be streaming this one, as long as we get enough people for it soon. And yeah, that should be a fun event. Out of curiosity, what kind of build would you use the lighter traits for? Honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of build. Kind of feel out of place. I feel like you only use them if you're on like a budget. Alright, I will see you all in the next one. Peace out for now. I'll catch you in the comments, the streams, the videos, at all, man. Have a good one for now.